Alright, here we go. There's my microphone. Jeez, that's loud. Not Service Book Number 1. The Beginning of a Present/Future War. See, you don't want to preface a disagreement as a war. Because what happens is, when you misrepresent criticism and internet ball kickery as a war, it feels like you're exaggerating the severity of a situation for no other reason other than the fact that you want everyone around you to be driven into a moral panic to defend you. Otherwise, they're seen as the enemy. That's a very unhealthy way to word things and a very unhealthy way to look at things. It's just decide that everything that happens to you that's inconvenient or upset is like an attack on your person, an attack on your humanity, or some sort of attempt to destroy your life. It's nothing of the sort. You just make a fool of yourself, freaking out on everyone, and then you have the nerve to be upset that the people that don't like you. Like, that's all on you, if you choose to behave like a total ass. By Unshit Ass, written on this 2018, December 16th. Learn how to format the date properly, you dumb bastard. If you're gonna sell it in one country primarily, then it would behoove you to actually adhere to the dating format and dating conventions of the country in which you intend to sell the work. Otherwise, you look like a fucking retard that doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, you are one, but it only makes it worse for you because now it becomes more obvious to the people outside of the situation that you're a dumb fuck. Preface. I think that my life is okay. Okay misspelled. So far. Not perfect, but it is okay. Okay misspelled again. And it would never be where I would choose to end it. Much to the fucking dismay of the people around you, I'm sure. Also, don't start a sentence with the word "and." It's one of the major fucking rules of writing that you're taught in English class in elementary and all the way to high school. Although, I have tried to think of what my life would be like if the world's population was open-minded and we all learned to get along. Well, the problem is, your idea of open-mindedness just means that everyone tolerates every single thing that everyone does, so long as it's not outwardly violent. In your worldview, rapists and child molesters and drug addicts would be allowed to, run free and hurt whoever they want, as long as they're just not, outwardly killing someone. You're willing to let people suffer so long as the suffering that you consider suffering is not allowed, but that's it. You're allowed to watch people suffer horrendous fucking abuse, and accept them suffering abuse as a normality that should be allowed and treated as though it is a non-issue, because those types of abuse are things that you don't recognize as abuse because you would commit it yourself if you could. With you, it's never a matter of genuinely wanting people to be safe from abuse, or being safe from genuine hurt. It's just that you view things that benefit you as harmless, even if the benefit is only to yourself, and the harm is to everyone else around you, because it only benefits you otherwise. You don't want people to be open-minded and get along. You want people just to agree with you mindlessly, and then tolerate everything you say as a result. That's not somebody who really cares for a discussion or exchange of ideas. That's someone who just wants everyone to bob their head along and say whatever they most want to hear, even though it's not actually true, and even though it's only going to cause people to get hurt if they were to follow in line with the things you're saying. I mean, who would miss the conservative onslaught pessimistic ideologies that was created to divide humanity into a fraction system? I have a lot of friends, and I have people to hang out with. However, even they are victims of the conservative right and their push for their political bondage, so who would miss that? It's clearly forgettable. Well, if it's forgettable, you wouldn't invest time into complaining about it, because if it was forgettable, you wouldn't commit its memory because it would be utterly irrelevant. It would be a non-existent thing, or it would be something that you would forget about very quickly, like you're seeing something pass in the rearview mirror of your car. However, unlike the conservatives like Gage and the GC2 cult, which isn't real, actually care about people and respect their right to exist. No, you don't. You want people to exist, but only if they exist in a way that benefits you or benefits people like you. People like you believe in a cult of personality because you want everyone around you to agree only when you want them to, think only what you want them to think, and do only what you would approve of them doing. You are not the kind of person who can actually agree to disagree and live peaceably. You're the kind of person that only agrees if you're able to assimilate everyone around you into your collective and make them agree. You're not the person who actually seeks out, like, unity through peace and unity through strength. You're the person who seeks out unity through assimilation and instruction of those that don't conform. And before you say, well, you're a conservative, you believe in conformity. No, I believe in upholding the rule of law that keeps people from being sexually assaulted or sexually abused. And keeps animals from being sexually abused. That's not an unhealthy desire to keep people from being raped. The fact that you see that as some sort of crazy firebrand religious take shows that you're not mentally sound, and it means that you should not be listened to and that your opinion should not be taken as a credible source of information by anyone, regardless of how desperate they might be, to give you the benefit of the doubt. That being said, calling someone cute, or handsome, or even sexy, wow, is nothing compared to the vulgar language that Gage used against the LGBT community. Well, I'm not using it against the community. When I call you a lying pedophile faggot piece of shit, it has nothing at all to do with whether or not your sexual orientation is one way or another way. The internet has different colloquialisms for different words, and sometimes that word is just another word for an asshole or a dumbass or a retard or a moron or a scumfuck or a reject. That does not mean that someone actually genuinely believes that you are lesser because you are gay or because you are gay adjacent. It's just the fact that you're an asshole and people don't have to respect you because you don't respect anybody. Like how we call guys faggot, snowflake, and sissies just to name a few. Well, did I call us that or did I call you that as a person? See, this is why you're such a disingenuous, lying piece of shit, is that you can never address the fact that whenever someone insults you, the insult is directed specifically at you. It has to be some collectivist bullshit where you act like everyone around you is automatically to blame for your behavior, so that if someone insults you, they must be insulting like 10 other people that are nearby where you're standing or something. That's stupid. It's just not accurate to have that mindset that you just have to assume that the people that disagree with you are attacking an entire group just because you've decided that you're now part of the group. You are responsible for your own actions and nothing more. And people ridiculing you because you decide to behave like a dickhead and piss everybody off is not an indictment of everyone else's character just because you've randomly decided that you're one of them one day. That's not a healthy way to look at things. That's not the mindset of someone who actually wants there to be a conversation had. That's the mindset of someone who only wants the conversation to lean their way so that they can tell themselves they're right. And you are a sissy. And you are a fucking snowflake. Because you bitch and whine about everything being against you, but the reality is you don't do anything to really build rapport with the people around you. You've done nothing but create animosity and hostility for yourself by being shitty, antagonistic, and narcissistically obsessed with being the source of everyone else's problems and hang-ups. You were so caught up in the idea of being a victim that you didn't realize that by needing to be the victim, you became the problem. Because it was no longer a matter of you actually wanting people to listen to what you had to say and humor it, just enough so you get to say what you wanted to say and consider maybe that what you're saying could have some merit to it. But the problem is, whatever meritocracy that would go into what you're saying is immediately stripped away when people realize that it's coming from a person whose only concern is being a victim at any given time because it's their only way to feel special. The fact is, there's this really cute guy named Andy, so what? You forgot to use a question mark, dumbass. Should I censor my entire love life to be obedient to the conservative right? When did anybody say that you being gay was inherently a problem or was inherently anyone else's issue? Nobody said that. You just randomly decided that you being gay was the problem because you needed it to be the problem because you wanted to have a reason to bitch. That's all it is. The only reason people insulted you is because you came at them with a level of unwarranted hostility and dismissal that's usually only reserved for somebody that you have a personal vendetta against, and you treated it like anyone that disagreed with you was somehow worse than you were when you were the one antagonizing people relentlessly. You would keep harassing people until they'd give you attention, until they dedicated their time to arguing with you. Even when people try to leave you alone, it's all for nothing because you've decided that them wanting to be left alone by you is not deserving of your understanding or your respect. Meanwhile, you'll stamp your feet and piss yourself and cry because people just refuse to be told that they need to shut the fuck up just because you've decided that the things they say about you are mean. Well, of course people are going to be mean to you. If you treat people like shit and antagonize them relentlessly, people are not going to want to be around you. They are not going to want to be your friend, and they are not going to have a good opinion of you when everything you do is just you being an antagonistic little shit for no other reason other than the fact that you want everyone around you to be fearful of having an opinion that you might disagree with. When you make everyone afraid to disagree with you, you're not building like a respectful acquaintanceship or respectful opposition towards somebody. That a person can argue, well, I don't agree with what he says, but at least he's trying to be decent about what he's saying. People can't do that. Not with you. Because you try to destroy people because they just tell you that they don't think that what you're saying is right. When someone says that what you're saying sounds like a load of bullshit, your first thought is, I'm going to make it my problem now because I need to destroy you because you exist and you're mean, and I don't like the fact that you're mean to me. People are mean to you because you act like an asshole. That's it. I mean, nobody sought out to destroy you. You decided that you wanted to be an asshole. Anyways, Andy has these blue shorts and white tube socks and black jacket that he always wears. How he doesn't get cold in the winter is beyond me. What is not beyond you is my question. But he's still cute, and even if he wears the same thing every day for whatever reason, he has the right, and he still makes me happy. Unlike Gage and his cult, who makes everyone suicidal. You're suicidal because you can't argue against what people say with actual evidence of any sort. And it frustrates you to no end because you realize that you might have just committed to a fight that wasn't even worth fighting because you look like a colossal dickhead to everybody. That's not anyone else's fault but yours that you act like a dumb fucking spaz and you gotta make it everyone else's problem that you just don't know when to shut your fucking yap and think about whether or not you just made yourself look like a total prick for no reason. And he has these big eyes and smooth skin, like a Gray from Area 51, like he actually knows how to take care of himself. I wish I had smooth skin if I didn't have so much stress in my life, which is caused by the oppressive dictatorship of the far right and their judgmental political views, but whatever. Okay, stop blaming everyone else for your lack of hygiene. The only reason you ended up in a place with no hygiene standards is because you decided to blow up your connections to people who could have acted as social support networks because you've decided that you needed to commit to the role of being an antagonistic little shit on YouTube for attention. And what happened is, you realized that it not only wasn't a stupid fucking decision to make, but it also aided in blowing your life the fuck up, because then you had to realize that you're just a retard that did something stupid that can't justify your opinion at all. And then you're stuck staring down the barrel of the metaphorical gun when you realize that you've wasted your entire life bitching about nothing. The truth is that a lot of people think homeless people are drug addicts and angry loners. That's only because the stereotypical ideology, which is constantly injected into the mind, in the minds of humanity by conservative right, to be honest. What do you mean? Okay, so you're saying that depictions of homeless people in pop culture are somehow not based on instances where people that are homeless are sometimes addicts and sometimes act in criminal behavior, because that's not a fucking stereotype. The stereotype exists because there are people who behave in such a way that make the stereotype valid in certain situations. Just because it's a stereotype doesn't mean there isn't some truth to it. Even if it's not often, it exists for a reason. And you don't know how to be honest at all. Gage does this with his "it's wrong for people to love each other" message, which is not only wrong, but it's anti-human. Stopping people from being sexually assaulted as children or being sexually assaulted at all is not the same thing as saying that people shouldn't have healthy relationships. Only a genuine rapist tries to say that opposing rape is somehow anti-love. So is there something you're not telling the rest of the fucking class at this point, you numb motherfucker? Ay. However, Andy and Mark is not like that at all. Mark is completely different from the conservative right. He is sweet, kind, and intellectual like many in humanity. Can you stop talking about other people like you're a separate species? I mean, what are you, a fucking Dalek? Is that why does you talk about human beings like they are not the same species as you? Mark is what all people should be like, a true human. Why? Because you want to fuck him? Same goes for Ethan, a guy in his own right. Okay, don't get mad at me, conservatives. I can hear Gage reeling you two about this. I'm using Gage words now. No, you're not, dumb fuck. You're using dipshit interpretations of what I mean because you're too damn dumb to actually listen to what anyone else has to say. But close to it. A beautiful work of art, or a chocolate bar ready to be stuck, no pun intended, unless you're gay or into that sort of thing, gay and open-minded. Just say bi or gay. Just say that. Another thing, like you don't suck on a chocolate bar, you take bites out of it. Who the fuck sucks on a chocolate bar? You suck on a lollipop or a popsicle. You're so dumb you don't even know how to eat certain types of candy or sweets. That's embarrassing. I guess that's what happens when you're so broke you can't afford shit, so you have to go with whatever people tell you about how certain things taste or how certain things are eaten. I would let him suck me. Gage hates hearing about this thing how he's homophobic. No, it's just the fact is people don't need to know the intimate details of your romantic life because it's essentially non-existent. Kiss me and marry me, but one stage at a time. No one's going to want to marry a mentally defective asshole who spends their entire life looking for reasons to be a victim of everything around them. He has the smoky, smooth hair. I want hair like this, and has to die for it. Not literally, i.e. the death part, but it has to give it so hard you could barely walk. Well, you can barely walk as it is, but it's because your legs are fucked up. He has these pairs of Band of Brides boxer briefs. Grace beside me. It looks absolutely fabulous on him. I bet it would look good on me, too. Again, the only people who would be problem with this are closed-minded conservatives who hate love. No, it's just the fact is it's not love to have an apparel, like a choice of clothing. It's not love. You're just choosing what you want to wear, most likely because you want to look professional, you want to look casual, or you just want to stay warm. Ethan is as sexy as those drag queens on RuPaul Drag Race. That's a compliment, although Gage and his followers wouldn't think so, because they hate drag queens. Translation: don't agree with drag queens, you hate them, because your brain is so fucking broken you can't tell disliking something or disagreeing with something with hate. He is always in my dreams. That's a good thing, too. It means I know what love is. You don't know what love is. The only reason you follow people around is because you have this unhealthy sexual proclivity that whenever you encounter someone that you barely know, you immediately decide that they're your princess or you want to be their princess. You don't actually want to have healthy relationships with anyone. You just see everyone around you as a temporary piece of sexual entertainment, so you get bored and freak out and because they reject you and tell you to go fuck yourself because you're just an obnoxious douchebag. Fucking die. And he never steals from me, like some bastard that I know. Yeah, very creative, dumbass. And we should specify who the fuck you're referring to instead of being vague. He's not perfect, but he's perfect for me. No one's perfect for you. A clone of yourself would not be perfect for you, because you'd be fighting that clone of yourself, tooth and fucking nail, the entire goddamn time. Because you would be so caught up in being a victim of your own stupid shit that you would have to fight with yourself about whether or not one of you is the bigger victim in the situation. He makes mistakes, but he is still always worth loving, because you don't have to be perfect to be in a relationship with someone. No shit, you fucking retard. So this is what happens when you don't understand how a relationship works. You just keep coping about what you do and don't know about it. It's like a dumbass little kid coming to a sudden revelation that isn't actually a revelation at all, because they should have figured it out since day fucking one. They're just a retard and they don't know anything. The point of a relationship is to accept each other despite one's flaws. Not sitting there saying, you gotta do everything I want you to do, or I don't want you. Which is basically the entire way you've conducted yourself since day fucking one. It's just always being an antagonistic little shit who makes everyone around you fear whether or not disagreeing with you is justification in your retarded ass little mind for harassment. Nevertheless, this book, just like the rest of the non-Sevice series, therefore is a true story of my life and the crap that I have to put up with via right-wing conservatives who'd rather ruin my life instead of getting lives of their own. No, because you decided to say a bunch of stupid, ignorant bullshit in the public in front of other people. And people told you that you're a retard and made fun of you for being a dumb motherfucker. And what you decided to do instead is that instead of evaluating whether or not your behavior is a problem, you kept saying other people were worse than you because they, for some reason, are worse off than you are in regards to their behavior, when the people that bitch about you have more of a reason to complain because there are a lot more people that you end up bitching and starting shit with for no fucking reason than there are people who have done something to actually warrant your shithead behavior at all. You lose the right to gripe and complain about the stupid shit you bring upon yourself when everything you do is just you being a dumb fuck, starting fights and then getting your ass kicked later. Because a lot of it is just you seeking out negative attention all the time, and then just being frustrated that it never goes well. And no one's trying to ruin your life, because everything you've ever done to damage your own life has been done by your hand and literally no one else's. You're the one that chose to go online where millions of people potentially could see your face, see your name, hear your voice, hear all the crazy fucking shit you spat out of your anus of a mouth. And then you're frustrated because why? The people that saw it think you're crazy and dumb? No, people call you stupid and nuts because they see that you're stupid and nuts. They mock you because you act like a babbling fucking retard to everyone, making a fucking prick of yourself for no other reason other than the fact that you want to bitch and complain about being ridiculed over stupid shit you said previously. No one needs to do shit to you to hurt your life because you've done that by yourself. Like Rita Jones' Diary made Sex in the City. Just replace the blonde girls with guys who don't live in New York or London. Yeah, just like how Jurassic Park is like Graboids, except you replace all the key elements and all the details and all the characters to the point to where it doesn't even resemble what it's supposed to be because it's altered itself so heavily at this point that it does not resemble a fucking thing that you claim it resembles. You fucking blithering cunt. You read the dedication real quick and then take a break. Dedication. This book is dedicated to all those who continue to fight for universal justice, who support the human rights of others, and who don't try to force their ideologies up your bum. AKA, the book's dedicated to open-minded liberals of the world. Peace be with you. Well, the fact is, you cannot say that someone is open-minded when your first instinct is to say that a political party or a political leaning is somehow more open-minded just because said leaning allows you to do whatever degenerate bullshit you want to do. That's all it is. You don't really care about people's rights. You don't really care about people's liberties or people's freedoms. You just care about being perceived as the one that's the most right because that's your way to justify being a complete cunt to everyone. It's just bitch and cry and say, I am the morally justified one because you hurt my feelings and I want you to go to jail because you hurt my feelings. And if you say one mean thing about me, you're worse than I am because you told me to stop being an annoying little asshole to everyone. No, you're just an asshole. There's nothing open-minded about anything you do because you're just a colossal cunt to anyone that doesn't agree with you. You basically try to use groupthink as a way to kill people's social lives, to destroy their professional careers, or excise them from their circles of friends because you've decided they don't deserve to have friendships or acquaintanceships as long as they challenge your narrative. That's the exact opposite of open-minded. That's basically tribalism with a new coat of paint. Part of me really thinks that we should use this book as a way to interrogate people. Like, forget waterboarding, forget hooking their balls up to a car battery, forget hitting them repeatedly in the balls with a big metal blackjack. What we should do instead is make them read this shit without the ability to knock themselves unconscious and then see how long it takes them before they start ratting on everyone they need to rat on to get themselves out of the situation that they're in. I think this would be a good method of interrogation. Chapter 1. The beginning of something, as opposed to the end of everything. I don't know what it means when a guy thinks the girl is hot. I think it's called being straight. But that's not it, though, because there is a lot more to being straight than who you think is hot. No, it's not. Because when you're attracted to the opposite sex, that's called being straight. That's the whole point. Like, the reason that your sexual orientation is called an orientation is because that is the sex you are oriented towards. Biologically and psychologically speaking. Those are the factors of the physical aspects of a person that draw them to you and draw you to them, is the attraction between the two of you. How is it that you want to pretend to be this brilliant sex-positive genius, but you don't even understand the concept of what sexuality is? Like when you would fuck a guy but have a crush on a girl, or have a girlfriend/wife, mostly because you are horny and just want some. or you are sexually attracted to guys but not emotionally attracted to them. Again, that just sounds more like someone with a bisexual interest in somebody who is fluctuating their attraction because it's what's most readily available to them. That doesn't sound like somebody who actually has options. That sounds like someone who's going with whatever they can get. I think it's called gay for pay. No, it's not, because someone that will fuck anyone because they just want sexual release, that's not gay for pay unless money's actually being exchanged. And the only reason people do shit like that is either they're in dire financial straits and they do anything for money, or if they're bisexual or pansexual. Like, those are the only situations, well, besides being gay, obviously, that are going to be the kind of situations or the kind of orientations that are geared towards that particular outcome. How are you this dumb? Which isn't a problem because you control your own attachments to other people. Well, the fact is, if you acknowledge that people control their own attachments to others, why do you constantly try to act as an influence against other people, like having or maintaining attractions or attachments based on what they know is best for them or what they feel is best for them? Why are you trying to lecture people about what they should or shouldn't want or what they do and don't like, while you're sitting there trying to say that people should have their own, their own thoughts and opinions about their own attractions? Pick one. You can't have both. You can't be the person that tells everybody that they need to fuck you because you feel left out if they don't, and then also be the same person that insists that everyone else be allowed to control their own attachments to another person. Like, you have to pick one. You have to respect a person's desire to not be attached to you, or just don't say a fucking thing about it. Because otherwise, you're gonna need to just sit down and get the fuck over it. I'm a trans woman who's interested in other women. Well, it says woman because you can't spell. Yeah, I'll have sex with guys just for the heck of it. I'll is misspelled because the I is not capitalized, meaning that I prefer women. Yeah, I'm not picky. I'm not capitalized again. Well, the fact is you can't be picky because no one will choose you. It's hard to have a choice of partners if no one chooses you. You can't be the person that's bitching about options when you have none. It's pretty obvious that you have no options. Somehow Gage and these conservatives don't understand that there are many different paths of life besides the path that the conservatives choose. So because of that, Gage, nor can his goons abuse me or anyone from being different. There's a disconnect that you're not getting between this person's just not doing something that I do compared to this person's a fucking rapist. There's a big difference there between someone minding their own business, living a lifestyle that when they're gay, bi, or trans, and then there's being the dumb motherfucker that needs to advocate for people fucking animals and fucking kids and raping people because you don't want to address the fact that your opinions are not sound and that are not based upon anything that's beneficial or healthy for anyone except yourself. And the only reason that you see it as healthy is because you blind yourself to the damage it can cause, because it's easier to say that it's harmless, more so than it is to question whether or not your own actions are negative. Just like I never bully Gage for being a weird conservative who hates women and legitimately justifies his action. Well, it's not hatred of women just because you personally think that you're a woman. Disagreeing with someone's behavior has nothing at all to do with their gender identity, sexual orientation, or whether or not they are cis or trans. The fact is, if you treat people like shit because they don't agree with you, because you want to do some stupid moral grandstanding about whether or not someone disagrees with you, you don't come off as the morally superior person in the group. You come off as the whiny dick who needs to start arguments to feel like you're some sort of superior genius that's figured everything out. You don't come off as this morally complex character that genuinely possesses the capacity to have layers to them. You come off as the person whose entire life is dedicated to being a whiny bitch because you can't justify anything at all that you do otherwise. Anyways, welcome to the world of tomorrow, or yesterday in that case. Well, you were born yesterday, but that does not mean that's the world of tomorrow. I am and shit ass, and I love being intelligent. Big deal. You're not intelligent. An intelligent person doesn't need to disregard everyone else's concerns by just dismissing them outright without actually entertaining the possibility of debate or rebuttal. You don't do what intelligent people do at all. You never have. Your only rebuttal to everything is to cry and piss yourself because you cannot handle disagreement at all. Even if people are civil, you can't handle it. Because the moment someone says anything that contradicts your personal opinions, your first instinct is to try to destroy them because of it. You don't behave like someone who actually wants to have conversations and discussions. You behave like someone who wants to control what everyone's allowed to think, and then will destroy them if they happen to differ any bit from the groupthink that you're trying to establish. Anyways, I will be your guide into the mind of, well, me. There's not really much to see. Your entire mind is basically just a really shitty feed of Pornhub that you've basically programmed to run in the loop indefinitely because you don't have the capacity to understand and actually develop meaningful relationships with anyone or anything. And I hate to say that because it sounds really fucking shitty, but here's the thing, I'm not saying that to be fucking vindictive. I'm saying that because every single time anyone's ever talked to you, your first instinct is to try to find a way to try to make them fuck you, or to destroy them because they won't fuck you. You do not know how to bridge the gap and just exist peaceably with people. You just don't. Don't worry, this is not a science class. Not that there's anything wrong with that either. Great job, dumbass. But an inside look at the life of @shitass, aka me. What is so interesting about your life that people need to just drop to their knees and blow you to get a fucking inside look of it? It's not like anything at all goes on in your life that's actually worth recognizing. You're not some character of note that's lived a life of experience and whimsy. You're just another asshole with an ego the size of a small country who decides that acting like an antagonistic cunt was the way to behave about everything. You don't talk to anyone about anything in a respectable manner. You never will. This is fucking awful. Awful. Like, for example, my favorite color is blue, or that I'm going commando right now, meaning that I'm not wearing underwear right now, which is also not a big deal. If it's not a big deal, then why fucking commit it to memory or even put it in the goddamn book? You're such a stupid fuck. Seriously, usually when you put something in a book, it's because it either aids in establishing the setting or it does a service to the reader by explaining some of the situations of the characters they're in. With this, it's like, oh, by the way, I'm doing this right now. I'm doing that right now. I'm doing this right now. It's like you're doing a Skype call with someone and you're trying to explain to them what you're doing outside of the Skype call when you're off fucking frame. No one gives two fucks what you're doing when you're out of frame because it's not relevant to anything at all around you. You're just saying dumb shit with the purpose of having that dumb shit become a relevant issue for no reason at all, except for the fact that you want to sound interesting. You're devoid of the capacity to be interesting because you don't live a life of experience. You live a life where every day is made to chase clout and chase attention because you're a sad little fuck up who's going to kill himself eventually when he finally realizes he's ruined his own life by being an antagonistic little cunt to everyone in the room. As a bus rider, there are many avenues of my mind. Some roads are free and some are toll roads. There's nothing toll or free about it. Your mind is basically a one-lane intersection that goes into a fucking black hole. Some have light traffic, while some are impassable. Why would any of them be impassable? If you claim you're so free, if you claim you're so bright, how is anything impassable in your mind? It doesn't make any fucking sense. My mind is so free that everything I do is depressive and suicidal. Because that's the mind of a free person who's totally happy with life. Is the mind of someone that does shit like that. Sounds like self-destruction without self-destruction being titled. Some paths are open-minded, while others are controlled by a right-wing dictator who forces people to hate through his lies via YouTube. How? How is someone disagreeing with you vehemently on the internet controlling your fucking mind at all? Spoiler alert, it isn't. The reason that you feel the way you do is because you're a dumb cunt, you know you're stupid, you know that you can't prove a word you fucking say, So you just bitch and antagonize because it's the only way for you to feel like you're saying something of actual worth. You're not. You're just bitching for the sake of bitching because you want people to think that you're special and informed. You don't come off as someone who genuinely wants to have conversations that will enlighten people. It just comes off as you wanting to be the victim. For no other reason than the fact that being the victim is what guarantees you some level of attention. Because you cannot live in a world where you're not the victim. A world where you're not the victim is a world that you cannot accept because it's a world that you would have to acknowledge that you are a fucking asshole who's looking for negative attention all the time. It will shock and amaze you. No, it won't. It will expose the conservative right and make the open-minded live their lives like gods. How? How is you crying like a retarded, dumb motherfucker on the internet gonna help anyone's life improve? How is it gonna do anything? I exposed this person for calling me a retard online, for saying stupid, crazy, fucked up bullshit. Yeah, what a great fucking accomplishment that was. How many people can you actually say have genuinely benefited from these retarded ass books that weren't just throwing popcorn at you like a fucking freak at the sideshow? Nobody. Everyone that's ever read these, or everyone's ever heard readings of these, looks at you like a fucking retard because you're a dumb motherfucker that doesn't know shit you're saying about anything. But you want people to think that you're special, so you bitch and whine and gripe because it's the only way for you to feel like you have a fucking purpose. Just like Amos Yee, a Singaporean who engaged in conservative right hate because they are racist against Asians. My body is yours. No. Nobody wants your body. If anyone had your body in a sexual way, they would commit suicide out of shame for the standards they just lowered to such an abysmal fucking degree. And let's be honest, anyone at all that would ever lower their standards to include you in their prospective dating pool would probably kill themselves out of shame. It would be the ultimate crime against their fucking family lineage to lower their standards so fucking much that they basically fuck the equivalent of a Somalian fleshlight with a mouth. I mean, seriously, you act about as dumb as the bananas and rice lady. Except even dumber. But unlike him, I am writing a book about it. You're writing a book about it because you're an ass-hurt pussy that doesn't like it when people don't agree with you, so you gotta try to bully people into agreeing with you by threatening their fucking privacy and their safety over dumb shit. Like, you've done fuck all to really prove anyone wrong. You just bitch and whine. I told him to do the same, but he does what he wants. That's life. Okay, well, my question is this. If you acknowledge that people are given free choice, why is it that you are then trying to say that other people's choices should only align with your personal want or your personal need? You can't have it all the above. You cannot be the person that demands obedience from somebody, but then at the same time also wants people to choose their own path. You can't do both. You can disagree with what someone says and disagree with what someone does in a way that's like, well, I wouldn't have done that, but fair enough. Or, if it's someone does something like genuinely fucking abhorrent, you have the right to disagree with people in a very clear, visceral way because what they've done is horrible and unfucking forgivable. But the problem is you don't know how to differentiate those two different degrees of fuck this person, they don't deserve to be here anymore because all they've done is hurt people. As opposed to what other people do. It's like, well, I wouldn't have done that, but I can't really say it's something that's going to destroy people's lives. I just think it's unpleasant, maybe a little bit of a dick move, but otherwise not really something that I would fucking lose sleep over. Oh boy. Amos Yee is the best thing that ever happened to this planet since the Big Bang, the TV show, not the event that created the universe or the Korean pop group. Or for you Christians, Amos Yee is the best thing that ever happened to this planet since God created the heavens and the earth. No, he isn't. So, like, the emancipation of the slaves and the abolishment of slavery, for example, you don't think that was important to you, because I most certainly think it was a very important and impactful part of U.S. history. Women's suffrage. You don't think that's an important thing because, it gave women the right to vote. The Equal Enlistment Act that allowed women to join armed forces if they wanted to. The legalization of gay marriage and the expansion of gay rights. organ transplants, blood transfusions, x-rays, like all these advancements in medical technology that have given us the ability to save people's lives who might have been condemned to death otherwise if the technology didn't exist. And for some reason, a random twink from Singapore getting in trouble for mouthing off to his government and then coming here to seek asylum just to push boundaries and talk shit is somehow the most wonderful thing that's ever happened to the world, when we've had all these major advancements in medical technology and civil rights. And for some reason you think that shit that he did is more important than the civil rights of people who genuinely wanted and needed to get equal rights, because you've personally decided that their civil rights were less interesting or less formative to the world's history than Amos Yee getting arrested and ending up in America. Tell me you're retarded without telling me you're fucking retarded. He is such a person with wisdom, and he is intellectual and highly appreciated by many in the open-minded community. No, he isn't. He's appreciated by pedophile advocates and people much like them, because he was a mouthpiece for a lot of these dumb NAMBLA motherfuckers for years, until he basically got himself thrown in prison with his stupid-ass bullshit idea of happening to jump right into a fucking sting operation where they basically T-capped his ass. He had a girlfriend, but it didn't work out. Gage never had a girlfriend. Had several over the course of many years of my life before meeting Kate. And the fact that you need to make some kind of bitchy, petty jab towards people because you need to make Amos feel like the big man on campus because you're desperate to suck his cock doesn't exactly bode well for you if you look like a retard to everyone except yourself. Just saying, it's something you may want to consider, that being a retard and saying ignorant shit for attention just makes you look like a dumb motherfucker. What happened? I may write a book about it later, but Amos should be the one to do it. His life. It's his life, not mine. Okay, well, if it's his life and not yours, then why are you so fucking invested in it? He's not a friend or someone that you actually know personally. He's just some random twink that you got obsessed with because you have an unhealthy obsession with Asian men with long hair. Your fetish for Asian men is the only reason you care about his well-being or his life at all. You don't care about him as a human being. You just want to fuck him or have him fuck you. And you being sexually attracted to him as a thing, it's not bad by itself. But the problem is the fact that you're treating your sexual attraction like that's the only thing that should be considered about whether or not a person is believed to be a good or bad human being. And that's really fucking stupid and shallow. Is that it feels more like you're just doing this to perform some sort of bullshit white knight fucking hero worship role. When in reality is it just comes off as a really stupid fucking thing to do because it just shows that you're so blind in your mindless devotion that you've just allowed this person to be treated like a martyr or a hero when they've done nothing heroic and they've done nothing worthy of being considered like someone that's worthy of martyrdom. This wasn't someone who actually did something right for the world around them. This was just an angry little asshole that got caught doing some stupid shit that pissed off his local government and then proceeded to try to piss off people in the country that gave him shelter because he wasn't getting enough attention by doing what he was doing previously. The reason that people called him a troll is because a lot of the stupid shit he said sounded so batshit crazy and off the wall that it sounded like the kind of thing a person only says when they're trying to fish for a negative response from people. But his girlfriend is no more, not dead, just broken up from Amos and with somebody else, which Gates loves, using as a motivation to mock Amos. I've never brought up his, quote, girlfriend because his girlfriend wasn't even a girlfriend. His girlfriend was a sting operation that ended up getting him arrested. Because he sent a picture of his cock to this person when he was well aware that, federally speaking, they were underage. And it doesn't matter what your personal opinion of the matter is, the fact is he still committed a sex offense. A problem with Amos is that he attracts attention from the conservatives all the time. He's like a fly zapper, and the conservatives are the flies. No, he's more like the stupid fucking mosquito that sees the bug zapper, but keeps wanting attention, so he keeps buzzing into it headfirst over and over and over again, thinking he'll turn into a hero and be venerated by the people. When the reality is, it just comes off like an annoying prick. Amos has been teaching anti-conservative truths for a very long time, from his days in Singapore to when he came to America. Amos, he had a different vision than everyone else. Mostly that sex is universally sound, not based on age. Which is where I expand his belief that sex is universal, but age never existed. So, you saw someone else's opinion, saw that the person in question was willing to concede on age being a thing, but they themselves just didn't see it as relevant in their opinion. And your first instinct was not to question whether or not they conceded because of the fact that they knew they were wrong, but instead decided to insist that you were right anyway, even though no one ever agreed with you, because you needed to go further than the other person did as a way to try to stand out and try to mark yourself as someone who had apparently, done the next best thing. You were basically like one of these televangelist cocksuckers who says, I have the answer now, I have the answer. This guy used to have the answer, but now I do, because I'm doing what he did, I'm just expanding it further. Okay, so you saw someone else's stupid cacamamie belief and decided that it wasn't extreme enough. So you pushed it further than it already was. Based upon what? Your own individual opinion, and nothing more. You're trying to say other people should take you seriously when that's the way you want to approach everything, is just, my opinion's right, because I said so, because I said so, because I said so, because I said so. And yet you wonder why no one can ever fucking respect you. We work together in his ideology, whether in conjunction or parallel to each other. You've never worked together, period. This person doesn't even know you exist. Meaning that Amos, he and I are both correct in our logic and truth, even though he has more of a direct in-your-face, what's that motherfucker's approach? Well, I have a freer mind approach. Well, here's the thing. His approach wasn't done to just ask people to have a space and have a conversation. He would harass people until he'd get attention. That's not someone wanting to have a conversation. That's someone just harassing people until they get the attention that they want. And you don't have a free your mind approach. You just have a bitch and cry approach where you piss, bitch, and complain and say that any of the people that are concerned about your behavior are an asshole because you yourself need to feel justified harassing people whenever you make a total asshole of yourself. Like, you don't really want to have conversations. You just want people to be afraid of disagreeing with you. You basically do what Kevils did, where you try to weaponize bullshit against people and say that they're assholes for not falling in line. By the way, when you start saying free your mind to people, you sound like a co-leader. But it equals only to one thing, and that's the truth. No, it doesn't. It equals to your own personal interpretation of what you think is true, which is not the truth. Because for something to be true, it has to be objectively true. It can't be true in the minds of a dumb schizophrenic who thinks everyone around them is a dumb asshole. That's just not how that works. Somehow, someone that engaged in these conservative rules can't seem to grasp. Well, the issue is this. People disagreeing with you is not someone being stupid or delusional if the only thing that you're saying is, it's the truth, it's the truth, it's the truth, it's the truth. Because you're not actually saying anything at that point. Amos has been flirting with me for a long time. Here come the delusions. When I first saw him, he was on YouTube speaking the truth about what he believed in. Well, he was stating his beliefs, not truth, because belief and truth are not the same thing, unless the latter is substantiated by the former, instead of the former existing just because the latter exists parallel to it on some level. The conservatives had a field day and rated his video with hate speech and conservative propaganda with the side order fake news. Translation, they disagreed with him and you got ass mad. Now I am a quiet person on YouTube. No, you're not, you fucking bitch. You're an antagonistic cunt who likes fucking with people, and when no one agrees with you, you bitch and complain and throw tantrums. But I will not stand for bullying on or off YouTube. You stand for bullying just fine. It's just that you have to be the one that's doing it. Otherwise, you don't like it. The funny part is, you use bullying tactics and bullshit like that as a way to make people fear disagreeing with you. The only reason that it doesn't work is because you don't have enough people that actually agree with you to actually use groupthink against somebody. That's the only reason you don't do it. It's not because you lack the ability. It's because no one agrees with you enough to actually give you the credibility that you feel you deserve that would allow you to use groupthink against somebody. That's the only reason you don't use it against someone. It's because you just don't have the tools to do so. So I stood up against the conservative bullies on behalf of AMOC. Many months later, I still have to deal with those conservative trolls and their false beliefs, all because I decided to stand up against a bunch of cyber bullies. No, what happened is, you decided that someone that you had a sexual interest in was more important than other people's right to criticize and voice their concerns, because their opinions were convenient for your own personal beliefs and want as well. That's all it was. You were thinking with your cock, and you didn't really care about the consequences until later. It does not mean that I agree or disagree with everything that Amos believes in or says. It just means that I'm against cyberbullying, period. Well, the fact is this. If you disagree with him, why don't you say what you disagree with him about? You don't really state what your actual disagreements with Amos are, or what your agreements with him are. It's almost like you just went along with his own spouted beliefs because you felt it was the only way to ingratiate yourself to him. Just saying. Gage can disagree with whoever he wants to, but that's no excuse to verbally assault people, rather online or offline. Well, you can't verbally assault people because to assault somebody means to punch them or kick them or headbutt them or hit them with an object. Otherwise, it's just mean words, which calling someone a dumbass online is not a crime. And if it was, you'd be just as guilty. Amos still had to deal with them as well, but now we share the unnecessary burden. Well, the fact is, it's not even a burden. It's a situation that you put yourself in because you decided that you wanted to be a headache for everyone around you. You chose to behave like a whiny little dipshit to everybody. Nobody tried to cause you distress. You're the one that went out of your way to look for negative attention when shit hit the fan. You had the nerve to blame other people when you chose to behave like an asshole and piss everybody off. You decided to act like an annoying little shit and try to make it everyone else's problem, that you just can't hear the word no without needing to make it a whole fucking deal. You had to make it everyone else's problem that someone just said, no, I don't think that's true. And you're trying to act like other people are being unfair? Well, what the fuck have you done to really demonstrate fairness? Because to me, it doesn't seem like you've tried at all. Like, all you've done in regards to any sort of level of fairness, you could say, is act antagonistic and shitty. Because you wanted everyone else to fear having an opinion that would fly in the face of your own. You don't really want people to be free to disagree. You just want people to disagree with you only when you think it's convenient for your own opinion to be heard. You're not asking that people respect you and your right to talk. You're asking that people agree with you mindlessly. And if they don't agree with you mindlessly, you just want them censored and removed. You don't want people to be allowed to exist. You want people to be fearful that existing near you is going to result in their life getting fucking destroyed. Like, who in their right fucking mind is going to want to have someone like that in their life who's going to constantly look for reasons to cause bullshit to occur around them just because they want to be the person with the loudest voice, even though what they're saying is utter bullshit. We talked via Skype and email. I'm sure you did. He had a Twitter account, but those stupid conservatives raided that too. No, he wasn't raided. His account was most likely reported because he was most likely posting a bunch of things that violated the guidelines. I mean, say what you want, but when you post a bunch of really suspicious shit that people are very concerned about, you are asking to be terminated at that point. You are asking for people to remove your account. When you go out of your way to keep saying and doing really crazy extreme shit to constantly get attention from people who otherwise wouldn't pay you any mind. Don't act like it was unfair. he was in trouble for a valid reason. He broke a major fucking rule, which you do have to listen to regardless of your fucking opinions on the matter. If you're gonna say other people shouldn't have a right to complain about YouTube censoring them for harsh words, then it means that you should shut the fuck up in regards to people being told that they can't advocate for certain things in a public space, because it might promote ridicule to the person who's promoting that shit. You can't have all of the above. It's either you acknowledge that some behaviors and some things that people advocate for might get them in hot water with the guidelines, or just don't even bother fucking saying it because you're turning a blind eye to it when you avoid the fact that there are people who do get in trouble for posting some shit that they know they shouldn't post and saying some shit that might make them look particularly bad in the public. And you lose the right to complain because of that. Because he's well aware of what he said when he fucking said it. So don't act like he was in trouble for no fucking reason. If I can't say mean words to people without getting in trouble, even though that's not really a violation of the rules, it's just like me towing the rules. If I get in trouble for towing the rules gently, and sometimes like edging near them but not quite breaking them, and I get in trouble for that, then why is it that he doesn't get in trouble for actually violating the rules outright? How does that work? How is someone not punished for violating the rules in a major way, but I should be punished for simply saying that this person's an asshole and I don't much like their behavior? That doesn't make any fucking sense. You can't say that someone needs to be silenced if you're gonna attack someone for doing fundamentally nothing, but you'll defend someone for violating a major fucking rule just because the person who violates the rule is someone that you have a sexual interest in. It's not particularly fair that you seemingly play fast and loose with who's allowed to say what. Because it feels more like you want to allow someone to break the rules while at the same time ignoring the fact that you're permitting the rules to be broken, even though the rule that's being broken is a major fucking rule that should be upheld and should be respected because of just how important that rule fucking is to listen to. And if you don't understand that, that's nobody else's problem, and a person should not be made to deal with that shit. A person shouldn't have to be made to constantly contest with the rules if the person that gets away with breaking the rules breaks a major one. It just doesn't sound very fair to me. I don't know, it just doesn't sound fair. If a person's just allowed to break the rules whenever they want, but other people are punished for a much lesser fucking offense. And the weird part is they're punished more severely for a lesser offense, which is confusing to me. Like I don't know, maybe I'm just dumb, maybe I'm just a dumb, but usually when someone breaks a major rule, they should be punished in accordance with the rule they break and its severity, instead of punishing someone severely for something as small as calling someone a dick. No, I might be an old-fashioned son of a bitch. I might be a little conservative in regards to how I think that rules should be upheld. But the fact is, if a person is going to be held accountable, they should be held accountable unilaterally, regardless of what the rule is. Instead of just other people being almost permitted to play fast and loose with the rules, so long as they suck the right amount of dick on the platform. Or if they just happen to toe the right line between which political bullshit people want to pander to the hardest. I mean, I don't know. To me, it just feels like it's trying much too hard to defend his behavior while at the same time ignoring the fact that the reason he got in trouble in the first place is because he broke major rules. You can't say that someone's allowed to break the rules just because you don't care about the rule they broke. Just saying. His Facebook he had Facebook which shut him down because radical conservative bullies. Same for his YouTube. Same thing happened to me. No, you were criticized and reported because you were straight up posting gay porn on your account, which is a violation of the sexually explicit content rules on YouTube, you stupid baboon. And Amos was removed because a lot of his pro-pedophilia takes were very concerning and actually flew right in the face of the child safety guidelines that YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook had placed in recent years around that time, as well as several parent groups and several child services groups also reporting his account because of the things that he was doing. I always stood by Amos in his time of need. When Suit Yourself, now defunct on YouTube, attacked Amos for his videos of truth, I was insulted as well. Who do you think it was that shut him down? I did this because I am tired of conservatives ruining people's lives and thinking that they can get away with doing evil to whomever they want. So here it is. You admit to being one of the people that was responsible for false flagging Sue Yourself and getting him removed. You said it yourself towards the bottom of the paragraph on the very end of chapter 1. Like, just say it. Just say it. You got offended because you're a pedophile, white knighting faggot who wanted to get Amos to suck your cock, and you thought the best way to get his attention was to defend him mindlessly because your blind hero worship made it so that you were perfectly fine with defending and championing this person's opinions, all the while turning a blind eye to the people who could be affected by them if those opinions were brought into practice. But you don't give a fuck because as long as other people are hurt that aren't you, you don't care. That's all it is. You want other people to suffer as long as you yourself don't have to witness their suffering, or as long as that suffering is only suffering in a way that you think is bad. Like, you think that someone being raped is fine because even if they are actively fighting against the person that's trying to rape them, you think it's sex even if someone's actively being attacked. And then you wonder why people like you are never accepted in society. You wonder why your behavior is always deemed to be a blight to polite society. It's because every single time someone like you exists, there's always some bullshit about you trying to make other people's lives harder because you're just an asshole that always wants to be right. This is why people like you need to be locked the fuck away from society. It's because you go around defending rape and saying other people are assholes for saying that rape is horrible. And then worse, you have the nerve to be pissed off about the people around you disagreeing with you. Who would agree with you? Who would actually defend the dumb shit you do without any bit of critical thinking? Nobody. Nobody's going to defend you because anyone that thinks critically is going to know that you're full of shit. They're not going to want to defend you. They're not going to want to stand by you. And they're most certainly not going to want to put themselves on the chopping block for your fucking personal convenience. Because your idea of justice is just everyone needs to suffer because someone hurt your feelings. And it's not evil. Your idea of evil is that anyone that you want sexually deals with a consequence for any of their bad behavior. You don't really care about people getting hurt. You care if it's someone that you want to fuck getting hurt. And that's it. It's all it is. It's just you thinking with your cock and saying that anyone that doesn't agree with you is somehow the problem because you thinking with your cock is the most important thing in your life and nothing else matters. Of course people aren't going to respect that because that's fucking stupid. That's the kind of ignorant horse shit that only contributes to negativity and problems. And yeah, you're trying to act like it's unfair that people don't agree with that dumb shit you spout. Your mouth is literally like a giant anus because nothing but shit comes out of it. You're basically just a giant walking asshole that tries to make everyone around you feel bad for your shitty behavior. You're just a dickhead, that's all there is to it. You're just an angry, petty little asshole. However, despite Gage, antics, and pointless complaining, we worked together and ruled victorious. Well, my question is this. How is it that you can claim that you rule victorious if you then write sob stories about how victimized you think you are? Let's be honest, if you genuinely did feel victorious, if you feel like you actually won, why would you go out of your way to try to destroy people's character and try to get them fucking lambasted by strangers? If you genuinely believed you won, the fact that you won would have been enough to make you not seek out any sort of fucking retaliation for being called names or being criticized. But the fact that you went so far as to try to leak people's addresses and names and harass their relatives and shit, that says that not only did you feel defeated, but you were also really, really butthurt about the whole situation to the point where you had to fucking try to hang people out to dry over it because you didn't know what to do with yourself if you couldn't find a way to, like, string people up. Because they had the nerve to tell you that your dumb shit behavior just doesn't work and that your behavior is unacceptable. Like, nobody that's ever won walks away saying, I won, I won, I won. If you're if you're in a boxing match and you're on the fucking floor with your face turned into fucking hamburger meat and they're counting 9, 10, and you're out cold, I won, I won, I won, with your head fucking bleeding and the teeth knocked out and your nose broke sideways in that metaphor, that's not someone that won. That's someone that fucked up so bad they got their ass fucking destroyed. And then they had to realize that they are completely beyond the point of recovering because they have gotten their ass beat so fucking hard that defeat was not just a certainty, it was an inevitability and nothing more. Alright, let me say this before I continue to Chapter 2. Your idea of victory is crying like an asshole until people lose their accounts because you get into pointless pissing contests with them about whether or not they're being too mean or not. You don't actually win by being intellectually superior and stunting your opposition. You, quote, win by silencing them through whatever means you deem necessary to censor, suppress, or remove them, because they're an occupy a platform that you also occupy. And you can't live anywhere at any time without feeling like you have total control of whatever people believe. So you have to destroy whoever else is still around to oppose your opinion, even if they have every right to oppose your statements, even if you don't like them. Chapter 2, but wait, there's more. Again, can we stop using taglines from old Anthony Sullivan and Billy Mays infomercials, please? Please? After a while, Amos started making a sort of travel video of where he was living in Los Angeles, California, talking while walking. He made those videos for me. I'm sure he did. I'm sure that he just randomly decided that someone he's never heard of was suddenly his princess. Showing me his room and the hostel he was staying at, playing around with me and flirting with me. I love him so much. You love him so much that you replace him whenever something more convenient comes along. You see, when you love someone, your first thought should not be to immediately discard them whenever a better opportunity happens to come along. Because if your affection is based entirely upon convenience, then it's not really affection. It's just want. And want is kind of worthless in an actual healthy relationship because want gets in the way of need.
There's another one out there.
The conservatives are wrong about him, just as they are wrong about everything else in life. He isn't a bad person at all. He's just a misunderstood victim of the conservative right narrative. No, he's not. He's not misunderstood at all. Everything that he did, he documented himself saying and doing. There are no two ways about it. It's either you did it or you did. And in his case, he did everything he was accused of and then some. So don't even start with that. Honestly, don't care what fake news garbage gauge pushes. Nothing he says is true, nor should be believed, nor should be trusted as a reliable source of information. Well, why should anyone listen to a word that you fucking say, considering the fact that you yourself don't use sources? You've actively admitted to not using sources for your own claims, so what exactly makes you less or more credible if you have nothing at all to build any sort of foundation to build your credibility upon? You can't. Amos Yee is an amazing, wonderful, strong, intelligent, and sexy genius who gets me so horny every time I see him. That's a compliment. Just straight up say that the only reason you care about him is because you find him sexually attractive. Like, just say that. Just tell the truth. Don't dance around it. Don't avoid saying it. Just admit that the only reason you care is because he gives you a boner. Because at least if you're being honest for once, people might be more willing to hear you out instead of just having you lie to their faces about why it is you do certain things.
Battle 1. Fight!
I remember when Amos came out as gay on YouTube. I think that was beautiful. Did he come out as gay on YouTube for real? Or do you just think that he came out as gay on YouTube? Another thing, if you identify as a woman, how would you be compatible with someone who comes out as a gay man? Work that out in therapy. For some reason, the conservatives on YouTube thought Amos was a troll because he said that. No, people thought he was trolling because it just sounded like the kind of thing a person might say to rub people the wrong way for attention, because back then there were pretty regressive attitudes towards a lot of different things that are more or less accepted now. Like always, these conservatives are known to lie and to be continuously wrong. Translation: I don't agree with it, so it's a lie. It doesn't agree with my personal headcanon of the world around me, so it's wrong. You're about as bad as Western anime fans from the more woke side of the fandoms, where they go out of their way to try to rewrite fucking stories and headcanons so that the characters that they want to be together are just together. Because they get ass mad about everyone in the room, more or less having to point out the fact that the author or the animators allude to the fact that certain characters develop relationships and others don't. You're about as bad as that, except this time you're trying to force other people to genuinely fill that role in real life. Just saying. I don't understand why these conservatives love being wrong about everything, but yet they still go on with their lives guilt-free, even though their lifestyle and beliefs, conservatism, doesn't work and will never work because it never worked in the first place and is harmful towards others. No. No, it isn't. It depends on what level of conservatism you're talking about. Are you referring to like a hardcore fascist version of conservative? Or are you saying these people that disagree with me, even slightly, are the same thing as Nazis because they don't agree with me? Because I'm a damn fucking retard.
Battle 1.
And the problem is, a person's political beliefs do not necessarily dictate every facet of their life. Only a retard hears that someone is a certain political leaning, and then decides that that person's entire life must fit every fucking stereotype associated with that political fucking alignment that's retarded. And that's just bullshit, because you're saying that people should be afraid to disagree with you, otherwise they'll be painted as an other and painted as the villain. And no one loves being wrong about anything. It's just that you think everyone's wrong, and because people are confident in their beliefs, you assume that everyone loves being wrong because you're confidently stupid about everything you do. Amos is gay. It's been news to me. And even if he wasn't, who are these conservatives to determine that for Amos or anyone? Well, the same question can be applied for you. How can you decide someone's gay or not, or someone's trans or not, or someone's like this and that? And then when people apply the same standard to you and say that it's not anyone else's business what a person does with their free time or their life, you freak out and try to cry about it. Just make up your mind. This is a clear sign that conservatives are clearly homophobic, authoritarian dictators out to destroy the LGBT community and the people again. No, it's just that you're claiming that someone's gay who's not gay, that people actively criticize and admonish for some of their opinions, and you try to paint it as an us versus them thing, when the reality is this person just did something awful and was lambasted for it. Why can't you just accept the fact that some people's actions make them look bad, and that's usually why people might react to them negatively? Why does that part just fry your fucking brain? When Amos Yee has debates versus the conservatives, which is not a real debate, but a publicity stunt in order to make an example of him, aka instills fear into the minds of the people in order to keep humanity from questioning their stupidity, which in turn allows them to continue to do their dirty work against the world. Well, no.
Battle 1. Fight!
Well, if someone agrees to like a live debate or a debate that's going to be filmed and uploaded, that's not a publicity stunt. It's meant to simply say, here are the opinions that this person is saying. Here's the fact that they haven't brought anything to the table that they can actually prove is conclusively supporting it or not supporting it. And the lack of conclusive evidence proves them wrong. That's not someone trying to scare people into doing whatever they're told. It's just the fact is that he's not a credible... He's not good. He cannot debate. He's not particularly wise. His entire argument is basically just His entire argument revolves around allowing anecdotes to determine the overall rule, even though the exceptions to the rule are proven to be incredibly rare, where the rule is upheld because of the fact the exceptions are incredibly rare. Damn, you're stupid. He always comes prepared. He always states the facts and never inflicts personal attacks against anyone. He openly called several of his critics fascists because they criticized them, so yeah, you can shut the fuck up with that. And he doesn't come prepared. He shows up with a bunch of outdated studies that were done almost 50 fucking years ago, that were later debunked and rebutted by people who did the same research a decade later, when people had discovered a lot more of the hidden diagnostic criteria for PTSD and suicidal ideation, where they discovered that significantly more people were adversely affected in a more subconscious way as opposed to a conscious way. So knock it the fuck off. However, in order for the right-wing fanatics to promote their own corrupted agenda against this person in the question, aka Amos Yee, the conservatives state this is our next target who we will attack next, without any remorse, guilt, or shame. Why should a person feel remorseful or guilty or shame for simply debating somebody and offering them the chance to defend their own positions? Just say that you don't like it when people call each other names and when people very vehemently disagree with each other. Just say you wanted everyone to agree with him mindlessly. Just spit it the fuck out. You might not be phrasing it that way, but you're certainly leaning in that fucking direction. And it's not like a subtle lean, it's like a full... You're leaning like a whole fucking torso into it. Like you're saying it with your whole fucking chest. Sadly, the multiple factions of conservatives that have existed, are existing now, or will exist in the future, did the same thing to Jesus and millions of other people globally for thousands of years, and will continue to do so for another 1,000 years, unless they are stopped. Translation. I'm gonna compare Amos Yee to Jesus, even though Jesus wasn't real. Again, these conservatives that you're talking about aren't even conservatives. Jesus wasn't real, and you're a retard because you're making comparisons that don't actually exist, just so you can tell yourself that Amos Yee is some sort of Muhammad figure for your New Age religion. These debates are basically one-sided yelling matches. Well, those weren't debates, those were internet blood sports. That's not the same thing as an actual debate. He's got his ass stomped so many times by so many people previously that debating him would be all but meaningless. Seeing who can verbally beat Amos or anyone who is a liberal up the most with their fake logic and hate speak. No, it's just the fact is, you want everyone to treat you like you're a fucking 5-year-old. And when people don't just let you talk over them without muting you and telling you to shut the fuck up so they can fucking talk, you instead decide that you want to stamp your feet and throw a tantrum because your only way to deal with people saying that you're an idiot when you act like a total baboon to everyone. You brain-dead buffoon. Sadly, Amos and I never had a joint debate because he doesn't even know who the fuck you are. My abusers were the same people who, quote, debated Amos, but we, Amos and myself, never had a joint debate. Good. Between your dumbass circular cartoon reasoning and Amos's voice, I think people would start ripping their fucking hair out by the root. At one time, they never let Amos talk or get a word in, which is highly unprofessional. Well, the fact is, during that particular discussion, he wasn't even invited. He got a link from a third party and just barged in. He wasn't actually formally invited. So don't pretend that it was being unfair. He was not even invited. They just blab on with each other, aka having an unintelligent conversation on someone else, in this case Amos Yee's, and then later myself, expense. Translation. People were making jokes and talking with each other back and forth about some of the shit that you said and did, some of the shit that he said and did. And you need to make it into some sort of stupid political statement about whether or not you're just being victimized unfairly, when the reality is you both behaved like a pair of fucking chimps. You ended up getting your asses spanked for it collectively. You could also call it wasting everyone's time. That's literally what you do. They call him derogatory, racist, bigoted names. They never took him seriously as a human being. And they ended the debate with no unified consensus between anyone except with their conservative counterparts. Amos leaves said debate, and then they talk bad about him until the end of the video. They record every one of the debates and post it on YouTube to get more subscribers and likes behind his back. Well, the fact is, you're not doing it behind someone's back. If the person is made aware previously that it's going to be recorded, they're told that it's going to be recorded. They're aware that they're going to be on fucking YouTube at one point or another. And you can shut the fuck up with this. Like they need to reach a consensus. Well, just say that you want everyone to agree with you. There are certain things people are just not gonna agree on all the time. And even though the majority of the sensible people disagree with what you say, for example, there may be one or two retards that might think what you're saying sounds wise, even though it isn't. Like, what's that old saying? Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then. This is basically the equivalent of that. Laughing at him and mocking him as the conservatives did to Jesus in the before time. There was no Jesus, and what the hell do you mean before time? Sadly, they pulled the same crap on me. Amos enjoys this debate and still does them even today. However, I began to develop a personal hatred for those quote debates as my words were misinterpreted and I was misrepresented by these conservatives. These are all YouTube debates on YouTube, and you can check them out there. Type Amos in the search box YouTube and you'll see what I mean. I love how you're basically just telling people what to do like you expect everyone to be a fucking 5-year-old that can't do any of that shit by themselves. And the problem is, the reason that those debates didn't turn out well for you is because you acted like an absolute retard, spouting bullshit, running people around in a circle to frustrate and antagonize, and when it didn't work out for you, you went out of your way to try to act like a dickhead over it. I, on the other hand, can't stand those conservatives. Just say you hate everyone that disagrees with you and save everyone like 10 pages worth of a long, drawn-out explanation. I love the debates like Amos, but I am much more serious than him. Smash Metal Guru, a conservative YouTuber and debate moderator, did a debate with me, which I now regret, because that gave Gage his ammunition to continue to stalk, bully, and harass me. It's not stalking if you publicly post it on a website where everyone can see it. It's not bullying if someone just tells you that your opinions don't work in the real world because you're just ignoring what everyone else says. It's not harassment if it's a direct rebuttal to shit you said about them previously. Shut up. Unlike Amos, I stuck with the plan. Promote, enforce, reinforce. This is the plan. Promote the truth, enforce the truth, and contradict the lies with the reinforcement of the truth. So basically, your argument was, say your stupid shit, repeat your stupid shit, and keep insisting that your stupid shit is right, even though your stupid shit's not agreed with by anyone except you. That was your whole battle plan. Just say your dumbass opinion, and then say, it's true because I say it is. It's true because I say it is. It's true because I say it is. Over and over and over again. With no outside sources to back up any of your claims whatsoever. And you wonder why it is people don't take you seriously. When you do that unironically every fucking time without fail. Do you not realize how fucking pathetic that looks when you pull shit like that? I mean, do you not get it? Honestly, man, that comes off as fucking pathetic. It just feels like you wanted to win an argument, but you kept committing to it over and over again, even though it never panned out for you at all. Because it felt more like you were just trying to commit to the fight for no other reason other than the fact that you had to. I cracked down on the hate speech against me while Amos E would basically laugh it off and ignore it. Well, the fact is, your idea of cracking down just means that whenever someone says something unkind to you, you freak out and cry about it instead of asking why it is people don't like you. The conservatives act like they believe in free speech, but only on their terms, aka only when they have sole control over the situation, which does not constitute free speech, just a disguised version of conservative pushed censorship. No, it's just the fact is, you were muted because you'd keep talking over people like an asshole. You'd shout at people like a dickhead whenever they would try to say, well, here are the concerns I have, looking at some of your opinions and what would happen if they were brought into practice. And whenever somebody would try to break down what you're doing into pieces to try to explain it to you from an outside perspective as to why it doesn't look particularly good, you would go out of your way to be antagonistic and shitty to try to make them feel bad about it. So forgive me when I say that I'm not particularly concerned about your opinion because it just comes off as you trying to cover your own ass. Anything outside of that realm is forbidden for them. That is why they get mad when Amos speaks the truth. No, it's just the fact that if someone's... Like, if I told you the sky was made of blue fucking jelly beans, and it obviously is not made of that at all, it's made of multiple layers of air. Now, if I keep saying, sky made of blue jelly beans, sky made of blue jelly beans, what? Sky made of blue jelly beans, and I keep saying that with no proof, and I'm just being, like, insistently irritating with it. Because I'm trying to convince people of something that's obviously not true. Would the people I'm trying to do it to get annoyed eventually or not? Because that's basically what it is. It's that's what that whole situation is if we were to, like, break it down to its, like, most basic format. Because they want everyone to follow them and do their will. If they don't follow them, but follow Amos and myself, then they will victimize them as well as us for our sins. No, it's just the fact is, people like you are an annoying asshole who's out of his fucking mind, who wants to have a sex cult but doesn't have the charisma or the talent to get anyone on the side. You're trying to sit there and say, other people are bad because they don't agree with me. People don't agree with you because you're a dumb dick. It has nothing to do with us at all. We are all pawns in the concerted mission for world domination and intellectual slavery. No. The fact is, you chose to make an asshole of yourself by getting into a pissing contest with strangers. And when you discovered that it wasn't panning out for you, instead of asking why it was it ended so badly, you decided the best thing to do was to be an obnoxious little jackass and cry at everyone until people would start paying you attention some more. You behaved like a total asshole to everyone around you, and made it everyone else's problem that you're just an angry dickhead that nobody likes. That's all you, and nobody else. Alright. Let's push through. Chapter 3, the extra mile.
Fight!
Motherfucker, you can't walk 10 feet. What the fuck makes you think you're gonna walk an extra mile? NBC was successfully the winner of all his debates, and so was I. No, you didn't. Because to win a debate means you have to be able to ideologically and logically stump your opposition, which you don't do. What you do is you act annoying and repetitive to the point where the other person gets frustrated and gives up. You basically irritate your opponent to the point to where they're just no longer willing to entertain your fucking bullshit because you just exhausted them mentally to the point to where they just don't feel like talking to you anymore. That's not winning a debate. That's just you doing the I know you are, but what am I infinity to every single counter argument and every single argument the other person brings to the table. Because that's the only way you can actually get people to stop trying to argue. Is just irritate them to the point to where they become exhausted and just don't want to fucking deal with you anymore. That's all it is. You're not asking that someone entertain your fucking argument. You're asking that someone entertains the argument and then believes it as though it's true. And if people don't do that, you get frustrated and complain. That's not somebody who's been intellectually defeated. That's somebody who you have basically just exhausted to the point where they say, fuck this, I am exhausted, this is idiotic, and I'm wasting my fucking time. arguing with this fucking imbecile. And that's what it is. It's just somebody arguing with a fucking baboon who thinks that it's smart. And the worst part is the person in question is now dealing with bullshit because they can't actually argue about what the fuck is happening because they've just been exhausted to the point where they're just not in the mood for your shit.
Battle 2. Fight!
We handled ourselves with due decorum, dignity, and respect for others. No, you didn't. You did not handle any debate with dignity or decorum. And you most certainly didn't respect anyone else. You talk in circles like a retard and try to antagonize, so that way anyone that asks you a fucking question is made to argue points that no one actually said, just so you can tell yourself that getting people on a roundabout to irritate them is the same thing as actually bringing forth a compelling and persuasive argument. It isn't. When your only rebuttal to everything a person says is, "That's not true. That's fake news. That doesn't exist." That's not someone having a counter-argument. You're not entertaining the argument and then trying to counter it. You're just straight up saying that the argument is untrue because you find it to be personally inconvenient for you. That's not a debate. That is basically like a little kid arguing with a fucking adult, trying to tell the adult that they're stupid. At the same time, those debates were one-sided and shouldn't be taken seriously. Well, if they shouldn't be taken seriously, then that means that you didn't win. Because if they can't take the debate seriously, your victory also should not be taken seriously. That's the problem, is that you're arguing for the sake of arguing, saying that everyone else is a dumbass, while at the same time saying, those people shouldn't be listened to, but we still won. Well, if they shouldn't be listened to, that means your victory doesn't count, because if you're entertaining the time of someone who you think no one should listen to, unironically, it kind of loses all of its fucking momentum. It loses all of its fucking bite. When you basically just say, these persons shouldn't be listened to. Well, if no one should listen to them, what does that make you?
Defeat.
It's not over yet.
And here's the they can't be one-sided because debate is meant to be, and it's meant to be a spot for two people to gather and debate their ideologies. They're meant to argue their ideologies point for point to see which one has the most sound framework and is more likely to be accurate given all available information about both. You don't do that. What happens is you antagonize and bitch and say everyone around you is the problem. Their hearts, meaning the hearts of gay people, are full of hate, bitterness, racism, anti-humanistic ideas. No, it's just the fact that you were met with pushback and criticism and heavy scrutiny. And instead of sucking your cock and cupping your balls like you were hoping everyone was going to, people told you that your ideas were a load of shit, that they shouldn't be believed, that they are poorly conceived, that they were not properly considered at all. You instead decide to get antagonistic and bitchy because you want to win an argument. But you don't realize that by behaving that way, you proved everyone else's presumptions about you correct. Because you ended up showing people that you were not mature enough or reasonable enough to actually have a discussion about anything without getting antagonistic and bitchy. These are the same fools who hate gays and trans people, homophobia and transphobia. No, it's the fact you're an asshole. You think that claiming that Amos is gay and claiming to be trans yourself, and people saying your ideas are a load of shit because they don't actually reflect collected data that's been observed for decades. That's not people attacking you as a person. That's people attacking your ideologies and pointing out their failings. The reason that you see criticism as a personal attack is because you will not separate your ideology from your personhood, because it's been so heavily ingrained in who you are now that you cannot separate the person from the propaganda. They don't know what real love is. You don't love anything. Your idea of love is just to do whatever you want, regardless of consequence to others, and then say that everyone else is an asshole for being concerned with the fucking fallout of it. You're a dick. You're a fucking mindless fucking chode. They say that Amos is a small cock, which they lie, trust me, nor does it matter. If it doesn't matter, why bring it up? And why does people making fun of his dick matter? They call him a troll. They say that about everyone who does not believe in what they believe in. No, it's just the fact that it seems like when someone goes out of their way to make outrageous statements for attention, it comes off as the kind of shit that someone only does whilst trolling. That he is stupid and mental. He is highly intelligent. There's nothing intelligent about openly twisting the context of research so that way you can tell yourself that you've figured out some sort of magician's code about what is and is not considered to be permissible and legal. Get a grip. I swear that isn't your dick for a change. And that he deserves to be homeless and bad things to happen to him. None of these things should be wished upon anyone. Motherfucker, you wish death upon people several times, because, myself included, because they had the fortitude to tell you that your ideas were stupid and didn't work in the real world. You don't get to sit there and lecture people about what they should or shouldn't do, or bitch about what they should or shouldn't do, if you yourself are going to do the same thing in kind, if not to a more ridiculously stupid extreme degree. You antagonize and bitch so fucking much that it genuinely makes me wonder if you actually possess the ability to have, like, external thought, where you genuinely just look at yourself and think, am I doing the right thing here? Actually, I know you don't. You don't possess it. Shame on them all. And shame on their beliefs. Yeah, shame on you for opposing pedophilia, guys. Remember that. Shame on all of us who think that it's definitely never acceptable for people to touch children inappropriately. We are the problem and not him for advocating for it. They think they are doing a service by protecting people by being violent, hostile, racist, discriminatory against them, but they are lying to themselves. Again, it's not racist or discriminatory when you tell someone that they shouldn't be allowed to commit a sex offense. That's like saying that a murderer is being oppressed because they're not letting him kill people mindlessly. Amos deserves so much better than how they are treating them. Because you want him. That's it. The only reason you care about how Amos is treated is because you want Amos. Maybe one day, Amos and I can both get the restitution that we deserve for the oppression that we continue to suffer at the political hands of the conservative right and those who blindly follow them. No. You don't deserve restitution for saying dumb shit on the internet and people telling you that the shit you say is dumb. That's what should happen. Whenever someone says something stupid and blatant, just fucking crazy, people should be allowed to tell you that the shit you say is dumb and crazy. People should be more than permitted to tell you that the things you're saying are a load of stupid horse shit. That's how the world needs to work. Is that whenever someone says something fucking retarded, people plop them down and say, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about, go the fuck away and consider whether or not you're making yourself look like an asshole for no fucking reason. That's what should be allowed to happen. You should be allowed to be criticized. I think we need to bring back bullying. And I don't mean bullying like children bullying people. I mean we should bring back adults bullying other adults for behaving like dumb assholes all the time. People should be more than permitted to be criticized when they choose to behave like a dumb fucking chode to everyone and then scream about the consequences when they knew full well that they were already getting negative reception from the start and they just continue to intensify it anyway. That's how it should work. Amos is the representative of NAMBLA. So he's the representative of pedophiles in suits. For those people that don't know, it's called the North American Men and Boy Lovers Association, aka Pedophiles in Suits. And I am running for president of the United States, so clearly we both have very active and positive professional lives. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because he's a representative of a group of people who are universally hated by every other special interest group. Because every special interest group, regardless of how much some of them may oppose each other, will still unilaterally join hands and stomp Nambla into the fucking ground in a semicircle, like that clip from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where they got the boss joining in on the kicking. Because basically every group of people, regardless of how much they dislike each other, they still dislike pedophiles the most. And there's a damn good reason for that. So don't fucking play dumb. Like, don't do this shit where you pretend not to understand something just so you then have to, like, openly get back to saying it and dodging around saying it at the same time. The conservatives think that I can't win because transgender people shouldn't be running for president. No, it's because you're a dumb motherfucker who doesn't know what you're doing. You have no supporters to speak of, and you make a fucking fool of yourself screaming at everyone like a dipshit because you think that bitching like a retard on the internet is going to build credibility with voters. It won't. Also, you're not allowed to announce you're running for president prior to the election beginning. You have to do it only when the election begins. And you have to start it from the bottom up. You can't start with other people giving you money outward. It has to be either your money or a campaign fund that's been organized by other people who genuinely believe you can win. Not to mention you have to be 35 years or older to run for president, which you don't do. You claim you were born outside of the U.S., so that disqualifies you as well. So, all these different things that would disqualify you will basically form a train on your dumbass little I'm gonna be president shit. But who cares what they think? Well, if you didn't care, you wouldn't have written this. These are the same people who think that it's wrong to repeat the truth and be repetitive in teaching wisdom and knowledge. No, these are the same people who think it's retarded to say the same dumb shit you say over and over again with nothing to back it up, just because you want to keep convincing yourself that eventually people will listen to you if you act like a retarded tape recorder saying it 500 times in a row. So their mental capacity is not trustworthy in any capacity. Nice job using the same word in the same sentence twice, you fucking retard. How do you fuck up this bad? Like, how do you fuck up this bad as someone who claims to be a writer that you can't even follow the most basic of writing conventions? I think that Amos Yee is beautiful and popular person. You're allowed to think that, but people don't have to fall in line and repeat your fucking line of thought. His body and his mind is so sexy. His long hair. I love guys with long hair. It's so cool. You realize that anyone can grow their hair out provided that their hair isn't falling out? I love his ass and would always be open to having sex with him if he wanted, which to include licking and sucking his nipples any day. Gage naturally hates it when I say that because it is against his narrative that two guys can't love each other. No, well, here's the thing. You claim that you're a trans woman. Now you're identifying yourself as a guy. Make up your fucking mind, you freak of nature. See, people like you are the reason that trans people get such a bad stigma, is because you go out of your way to reinforce all the negative stereotypes about trans people. You basically depict yourself like a creepy fucking pervert who sees everyone around you as a sexual opportunity. And then when people talk about the stereotypes of trans people being pervs, you unfortunately give them a case study that they can openly run with and then use it as a source whenever anyone asks about what kind of examples they can bring to the table. You unfortunately only aid to increase the stigma. You're just as bad as Dustin, Cranium, and Mitch when it comes down to being a case study as to why it is that one person with shitty behavior and a fucked up personality and a damaged mind can make everyone of a similar group look bad. You are to trans people what Dustin, Mitch, and Cranium are to people with autism, and it's genuinely a fucking disappointment to anyone that occupies the trans community that someone like you dares try to share their name. And here's the thing, I've never been against gay people. In fact, one of my favorite, romantic couples in fiction, for example, would be Alistair Hammerlock and Wainwright Jacobs, who are both gay men. It's because their relationship is a really funny it's a yin and yang one. Alistair's crazy ass over the top refinement and Wainwright's rustic and old school southern upbringing are hilarious together because they complement each other and they reinforce each other when one of them falls short somewhere. It's like any healthy relationship is depicted in real life. They basically help cover each other's weaknesses and bolster each other's strengths. You'd understand this if you actually had any degree of understanding about actual healthy relationships, instead of basing all of your relationships on the fucking stepsister or stepbrother feed on Pornhub. I am so glad that he masturbates because it is natural and it is healthy. And it is a fun thing for anyone and everyone to do. Maybe we can do it together sometime. Please just do it with a bandsaw. He is funny, strong, and open-minded. He's not funny or open-minded, and he most certainly isn't strong. A person with strong will doesn't just buckle the moment they fuck up. There are a lot of good qualities in Amos that the conservatives completely ignore, but likely they are jealous of him and me equally. There's nothing to be jealous about. He's a fucking retard that got himself thrown in prison because he let his dick do all of his thinking. And people are not jealous of you because you're fucking alone, bitter, angry, screaming at everyone, pissed off at everyone else around you because you decided to blame people for your fuck-ups and failings. There is literally nothing at all to be jealous about. You've destroyed your entire fucking life for nothing other than just some validation from people that don't even know you or give two fucks that you even exist. Your life is the kind of life that I would rather die than live. I mean, it's the kind of life where your pride is essentially turned into a fucking ghost of itself. That's not a life we're living. Ethan and Amos are both hot in their own right, which is totally, but Mark is a whole other story. Mark has a lip ring, which is totally kick-ass cool. Tell me that you've never used slang without telling me. Well, it's more than that. He also has a great personality. Oh, yeah, now it comes in after that. Great hair and an amazing ass. What, does he shit gold bars? Sexy eyes and amazing skin. Does he reflect sunlight like a satellite? He's homeless, but that's not a problem. I think it's a problem for him because I don't think he wants to be homeless. I don't think being subjected to the brutality of the elements during certain seasons of the year, for example, would be a particularly great thing to go through, but, what do I know? However, it is a problem according to Gage and his cult, because he, like many conservatives, hate the homeless. Hating the homeless has nothing at all to do with not liking the idea of being homeless. Amos Yee was homeless many times in his life. He wasn't fucking homeless. He lived in Singapore where he had a place to go. He had a place to go. He came here where he was placed in a detention center and then given a hostel as a means to guarantee him housing during his political asylum days. And then he was booted out because he got himself in trouble. He wasn't homeless. He ended up getting in trouble once, which resulted in him going to jail. That's not homelessness. That's just being incarcerated. Many great people like Steve Harvey were homeless. Just because someone is homeless does not mean that they are bad people, or that they are any less human than Kourtney Kardashian. Why does Kourtney Kardashian matter? No one disagrees with the idea that people are human beings regardless of their housing status. It's just the fact is, people ridicule you because you're a homeless fucking crackhead who screams at dumb shit constantly, and then you try to act like it's hatred against the homeless. No, people mock you because you're a dumb fuck that acts like he can figure everyone else's problems out when he can't even get his own finances straightened out enough to at least get himself a place to live. Because he's an unemployable dipshit that can't reason with anybody without being a crazy dick. It just means that people are homeless for whatever reason. And just because you're homeless does not mean that you can't look absolutely fabulous like Ethan. There are no excuses to look ugly. There are no excuses, but you seem to find plenty of them. Alright. You can do anything you set your mind to. No, you can't. No, you fucking can't. There's a difference between having the aptitude and the ability. Success is based upon three things: luck, aptitude, and opportunity. And if you lack all three, you are fucked. And that's why it is your life is a fucking train wreck. Because you lack all three. Because you just don't give a shit about how you treat other people. You're going to put in that work and never give up. Well, I think you should give up. You should give up. If you fuck up so bad that you have nowhere to go, and you keep fucking yourself into the dirt, it's okay to give up at that point because you've just destroyed your own life for no fucking reason. At that point, giving up might be the most viable option for you. It definitely solve a lot of your problems if you learn just to give up when things don't look like they're going well. Because at least then you can argue that you're giving up for a good reason. Instead of whatever dumb horse shit you're doing. Steve Harvey became an actor and has his own talk show. Well, he was also a comedian before then. Charles Mathis, of course, became a judge. That's because he went to law school. Barack Obama became president of the United States. That's because he was a politician and fucking Mitt Romney sounded crazy. And McCain wasn't exactly reliable either. So just because someone is homeless or down on their luck does not mean that they are worthless, nor does it mean that you have to stay in your situation. Well, nobody feels obligated to remain homeless. Some people just remain homeless because they have difficult times finding employment opportunities because they can't find a place to clean up and get showered to the point where they look presentable to people they want to work around. Like, that's not people staying homeless because they decided to. Sometimes people are homeless just because of the fact that they just don't have the necessary resources to get off the street. And the fact that you don't understand that because you want to sit there and whine about what people say to you makes me think that you don't deserve to not be homeless because you've fucked up your entire life looking for attention that you didn't need over shit that you didn't even want because you wanted to get the approval of a motherfucker who doesn't even know you exist. One thing I've learned as an adult is that when people get close to dying, their tolerance for bullshit becomes non-existent. Nil. They have no patience for stupid bullshit, they have no patience for other people's idiocy, and they have no patience for nonsense that makes life harder to live than it already is. Because they know that their life is coming to an end, they know that their life is coming, it's coming short now. And people have no tolerance for other people's bullshit, when all that does is contribute to problems that nobody asked for. And I think it's the reason I have such animosity towards these books. It's not a matter of the author writing stupid shit about me and lying through their teeth the whole time. That I can at least laugh at because it's so fucking stupid that nobody with a brain believes them anyway. It's just the fact that having survived what I've survived once, I just have no patience at all for the kind of people who will try to bullshit other people into attacking somebody because they can't deal with their own problems or their own insecurities or their own personal ego. Like, they will not kill their ego for the sake of preserving their own mental health because they would rather be the one that yammers and bitches and cries about always being right, when all that does is just destroy your fucking reputation. It does more damage than it could ever repair. Because all shit like that proves is that the person who's doing it all doesn't really give two shits about the long-term repercussions of it. They just want everyone to think that they're right. And that's just not going to be beneficial for anyone. And that's why I have zero tolerance for shit like this. Chapter 4. Show me the inside of a jail cell. Don't mind if I do. I think the sexiest clothing of a guy is his underwear. Gage hates it when people talk about underwear. No, it's just not relevant. There's nothing wrong with that. Only a homophobe would think otherwise. No, it's just that it's not pertinent to the conversation. So I love it when a guy sags his pants. Then go to prison, you'll find it everywhere. Which is the style nowadays. Only if you're in prison or if you're a dipshit that doesn't know how to wear a goddamn belt. I mean, the reason a lot of people sag their pants is because they usually grow up in an environment where it's considered to be a typical practice, but that does not mean it's the style nowadays. It just means that some people choose to do it. You can't really say it's the style nowadays if there are hundreds of other people that don't do it, and maybe 12 people that do. It might primarily belong to a certain culture or a certain subsect from any group. I'm bleeding internally. Hearing this shit is like what happens if you were to, bore a fucking hole into your brain. Sadly, for me, or anyone really, baggy boxes are a turn-off for me. How is it sad for anyone? How is it sad for anyone that you have a personal preference? It wouldn't really be something to be sad about. A personal preference is not going to be something that benefits or hurts you. It's just a preference. The only time a preference could be detrimental is if that preference involves doing something that's otherwise illegal or damaging to another person. In which case, yeah, you could argue that it's damaging there. What a fucking joke. I feel like I should sue you for mental anguish. Luckily, for most of the guys that I like do that, Gage does that, but I don't necessarily like him. If you ask, he's quite ugly. You look like an ARG creepypasta. What the fuck you talking about? Another thing, I don't sag my pants. The only time my pants have ever fallen low is because A, I lost a bunch of weight and no longer needed to wear pants of a certain size. Or B, when I started working out, I lost a little bit of weight to the point to where the pants were no longer fitting because a lot of that dough that I had around the middle I don't have anymore. When you start being active daily, you kind of lose a lot of the fat that you used to have and it gets replaced with muscle. He's so ugly that I constantly talk about having a crush on him. Like Mark Cruz, who wears Calvin Klein underwear, just like Justin Bieber does. Who gives a fuck about Justin Bieber? Who cares about Calvin Klein or Justin Bieber? Why is this relevant? You're literally just saying horse shit that's not relevant. Yesterday he got new shoes, which look a lot better than anything Gage wears. Right. Because I'm going to be jealous of the guy that can barely afford to find a place to live. I feel bad for the guy. I really do. It must be hell to be around you. My heart goes out to him. I think that he likes those shoes like I did, and I am always happy for him. One thing that I know, however, is that those shoes were free, which shows that things in life are free. The saying is the best things in life are free. Which is true within reason, I guess, but it's not necessarily always true. Either way, he is sexy with or without him. Nice grammar. You see, this is what happens when you use a dictaphone and you don't actually correct anything at all you say. I also know that he is a good kisser and a good friend. His lips look like they'd be the perfect guy to kiss. Sorry, conservatives, that's life. Why is this relevant? Then the long hair guy last night who sat next to me. Gage thinks the guys with long hair are sissies, snowflakes, and SJWs. No. Because a couple of my friends and acquaintances have long hair. What the fuck are you talking about? My best friend had very long hair throughout the entire duration of the last 2 years of high school. What are you talking about, you fucking pedophile? God, you're such a fucking crackhead. Word of advice, except for homophobic conservatives. You see a guy with a hot ass, then maybe you should not be standing in a fire. Even though they're wearing sweatpants, that ass is real. Who walks around with a prosthetic ass? His name I can't remember. I'm not perfect. Move on. Yeah, I'm not perfect. Quick, cover that up. Don't talk about that. But his whole existence is amazing. I have not seen Ethan lately. Maybe because of the change of location of the church. We are working out. Let me explain. God, this is written so fucking awkwardly. It's like watching a fucking robot try to express feelings. Where we were working out was a church in West Covina, California. It was a Catholic church. Your ideal place. Which had a shelter for the homeless, free food and board, and limited bathroom space, aka a typical shelter in a church. It was nice and warm, better than if someone was sleeping outside in the cold. Turn the page. The new church we are at is in Glendora, California. It is bigger, but is also older and less fancy than the other church. Then again, we only work in one part of the church, but maybe he will come today. I hope so. I mean, what is wrong with liking someone? Why does Gage hate the fact that people love each other? Well, the fact is, you're not expressing love for another person. You're expressing a completely unfounded fixation with a person who has not really even been described to have a mutual interest in you. You are essentially describing a one-sided infatuation that you think is love because you've never actually felt genuine love from anyone and for anyone. It just isn't real love, because love is reciprocated, it is respected, it is understood. Love requires attraction, devotion, respect, and communication, as well as trust. And you don't actually express any of these things towards anyone at all that you deal with. You express them only being designed for their bodies, and then you get frustrated when people don't return your feelings because you sound crazy as shit. This is why he has no relationships now. Been in a relationship for many, many years at this point. I like him so much. I think he likes me too. Shut up, Gage. Nobody likes you. And the reason I say nobody likes you is because you come off as the unlikable douche canoe who wants to piss everybody off and start fights for attention. You don't come off as the person who wants everyone around you to see you as a human being. You come off as the kind of crack baby that literally wakes up in a shit mood and needs to take it out on the world around you like an asshole. I'm so happy for that, because it's nice to have people in your life who love you, unlike Gage and his cult, who makes your life hell, and then blames SJWs for their bullying and verbal abuse against me. No, it's just the fact is, you are responsible for how you choose to engage with people in conversation and discourse. And if you engage by being antagonistic and shitty, people are going to remember that, and it's going to be a very fine line between respecting people and just not respecting you at all. Santa does me too, so does my family. Santa was someone that you were creeping on Facebook for a while who basically just ghosted you, and as for your family, you don't seem to have any actual family association with anyone because no one seems to communicate with you at all. No one ever interacts with your posts, no one ever seems to communicate with you directly. It's basically like you're living your life as the black sheep outsider, which makes me believe that the reason you keep labeling me as one is because you want that to be true, so you can act like we have something in common. We have nothing in common at all. Except the fact that we're both human beings, but even the word human feels almost like an insult being applied to you when compared to other human beings who genuinely go through horrible shit that's not their fault. Why Cage can't accept this fact is because he's an idiot. No, skepticism occurs when someone has not seen sufficient evidence to back up a claim that sounds otherwise unreasonable or unlikely. You'd understand this if you weren't smart in crystal meth. He doesn't know how to do anything else but make poorly made, slandering YouTube videos at the expenses of those who he makes suffer on a daily basis. Well, it's not really making a video, it's not slander. If I just tell people, here's what this person said, here are some of their actions, here's a bunch of shit that they did that I can prove they did, that's not slander. And that's not all I know how to do. There's a reason I have a full-time job and a long-term relationship. There's a reason I have a driver's license and I'm certified to operate several different kinds of powered equipment. Meanwhile, you're sitting there huffing your own farts and telling yourself it's a fine perfume. So I do have skills that do extend outside of this shit. And I use them almost every day for my occupation. You'd understand this if you weren't a fucking spaz. And poorly made, motherfucker, you use Biteable.com to try to advertise your pissant videos. Don't even start. To be honest, it has become an online tradition in local circles. Not really. People criticize you because you're a dick. It has nothing to do with local or non-local or tradition or not. Which is sad because there's nothing funny about bullying. If there's nothing funny about bullying, then why do you try to do it to other fucking people? That's what I don't understand. You're willing to bitch and whine about bullying, but you don't realize that you do the same shit to other people and then you antagonize because you're a dick. Mary Ann is a tomboyish person who is very personable and energetic. So basically the exact opposite of you in every way. She is a good friend of mine, and I have a crush on her brother, who is also my friend. God has blessed me well. God didn't bless you. These people tolerate you because they don't want to deal with your shit when you freak out and cry. There's a reason that none of these people keep in contact with you anymore, is because they probably realized you were an annoying fuck and got away from you. I think that she likes being a boy, which is a good thing because I like being a girl. A girl can have interests that are typically male without being a guy, you dumb cunt. I mean, there are female mechanics, there are female carpenters, there are female pipe fitters, there are female contractors and female electricians. There are female astronauts and military service operatives, and there are plenty of women in police and fire departments. Are these women men just because they occupy a traditionally masculine job or have masculine interests? No. They're just women who have masculine interests, probably because they had older male family members who introduced them to it and they were enraptured by it and thought it was cool. I mean, for fuck's sake, like, Kate has like a whole shitload of Magic the Gathering cards and a whole shitload of Pokemon cards and shit from when she was in high school still. That doesn't make her a boy. It just means she has shit that her brothers did. And she thought it was cool because she more or less got into it because her brothers were into it. It's the same reason that she can beat my ass in fucking Injustice, because she's exceptionally good at that game. Doesn't make her a boy. It just means that she's interested in things that are typically male. Lay off the amphetamine, you fucking spaz. She is short, even shorter than me. I'm about 5'2", so she might be about 5'9", respectively. Keep away from these fucking people. I'm worried you're gonna hurt one of them when they reject you. But she has a sweet voice and a kind heart, because size does not matter. It's the thought that counts, which applies to basically anything. I guess, but there's a difference between something being satisfactory, adequate, and just being bitterly disappointing. I know you're an expert on being the former and the latter in different ways. Actually, no, you are just the latter in every way. Let's be honest, you don't even qualify as adequate to anyone unless that person's scraping the bottom of the barrel looking for whatever they can get. And any gay guy, drag queen, and or trans person will automatically know this to be true. And, well, not really, because this is not based on being gay or being a drag queen or being trans. It's just the fact that people will typically respect and care for another person, provided that person's not doing or being awful to other people. Lay off the drugs. Anyone can be a drag queen, trans, gay, pansexual if you want to. Well, here's the thing. A person being a pedophile, it is an unchosen attraction. I will give it to those people that they do not choose to be wired that way, but it is their choice whether or not they choose to get medication and therapy to keep themselves away from people who they may offend on. And that does need to be something that's encouraged and enforced in pop culture and in the media, is that you should get this medication. You can keep yourself away from people who you might actually fuck with in some way. That's a pretty fair thing to do, is just give these people means to keep them away from people that they could hurt. Here's the thing, you don't choose to be gay either. A person's born gay, and then they realize they're gay as they grow up. Like Steve and Zach openly disclosed what it was like when they realized that's what they were about. Like, it wasn't a choice, they just found out that's what they were oriented towards. Again, and another thing, like trans. A person doesn't choose to be trans. They find out that they essentially feel like their brain's in the wrong body, and then they take hormones and go through procedures to reflect how they look on the outside as they feel on the inside. Again, like those three things are not decisions. Those things are just things that naturally occur in the human mind. Drag queen, well, a person can choose to do that, but there should also be rules. Like, are you sure you want to do this? Have you been given adequate time to know what this means and actually engage in this of your own volition? Or is someone putting you up to it? Like, it's not unreasonable to want to make sure that a person's fully educated about a topic or about a situation before they involve themselves in it. That's pretty much standard fare. Is that you just want to make sure that whoever's involved isn't put at risk without knowing all the fucking risks and all the possible dangers that occur within that particular activity. And if you have a problem with people talking about that, you should probably ask yourself why the fuck it is you're so vehemently against it, when people genuinely want to have a conversation about what can be done to keep people safe from that kind of shit when it might impact someone in a negative way. I'm just saying, you might really want to consider that instead of trying to say everyone else is just being a bigoted, unlikable asshole for no reason. Age never existed. Declarative statements are fun. You don't have to prove them. These conservatives want us under their intellectual control, trapped in the world of darkness and ignorance. They want our minds to truly be out of service. Your mind's already out of service. That's why it is nothing you do makes fucking sense. The reason that you think everyone's out to get you is because you are batshit fucking crazy. You don't want to believe that your opinions are bad because your opinions are fucking stupid. But because you're delusional, you want everyone around you to see you as the hero. There's nothing to see you as a hero about. You just come off like a crazy little bastard that knows that you're wrong, and you just keep trying to make everyone else feel bad that you're a blithering retard that can't justify your own positions whatsoever. I feel like I should be charging you for mental anguish at this point. Chapter 5, Moves and Countermoves. Let me just say this before we begin. I know I've said this a lot, but really, I can't help but emphasize. Your idea of chess is being the person who moves the pawn one time in the middle of the board and then says, that counts as checkmate. No, you're not in any position to capture the king, or even get close to the king, or the queen piece for that matter. I said I win. I said checkmate. Well, it doesn't matter what you said. The fact is, you're not in a position to capture the king from where their pawn is positioned. I win, and you flip over the fucking board, or you just keep insisting that it's checkmate, even though it clearly isn't. Until the person that's playing against you just gets tired of you and leaves you alone. And it's not because you're actually good at even playing the game, it's just because it doesn't matter what anyone says. You're the kind of person that if you played chess, it'd be the equivalent of playing chess with a pigeon. All you're going to do is knock all the pieces over, shit on the board, and then walk away feeling like you've won the game. And that's how you behave about everything. If your online behavior is any indication as to your behavior outside of the internet, it's actually very concerning that you have any access to the outside world where you're not fucking supervised constantly. There's this girl, whose name I do not remember. Research still ongoing. Is it really research, or is it just you not asking this person because you didn't really care about their identity, and instead you just decided to sexually fixate on them until you realized they didn't require your unhealthy fixation? She talks to me at El Monte Station. Wow, people talk to you. The fact that people talk to you, and you treat that like it's some sort of huge occurrence that needs to be documented, is kind of pathetic. She was wearing white hoodies and blue jeans that she kept having to keep up from falling down. In parentheses, no belt. Just say that she had no belt, which allowed her pants to keep slipping down. There you go, I just saved you 5 minutes. Is this where she picks up from the shelter? She yells from a foot away. Okay, so you acknowledge that you came from a shelter. After that thought, she came over to me and talked with me. It wasn't a thought she spoke out loud. A thought is something that only occurs within the mind that is never actually verbalized because of the fact that it remains a thought. You are so bad at writing, it hurts. It fucking hurts. You can tell she was high or something, and not because of the marijuana in her jacket pocket, which she did, but like she was almost in a trance. Okay, that's kind of worrying that you're observing people when they're high, because given some of your predatory fucking behaviors, it is very worrying that a lot of your predispositions are very predatory, and you seemingly are in constant involvement with people who seem to be high or incapacitated in some way or another, whether it be mentally or physically. And that is a very worrying thing to think about, is that this person is under a great deal of risk because you're in a situation where you know this person's under the influence, and they may be very easy to commit a crime against because they might not be in their proper state of mind. I'm just saying. You can see it in her eyes. She just finished smoking that wacky tobacco weed. Just say she was probably smoking some pot earlier. Like, just say that she was stoned. Seriously, why do you use terminology that's only used by people like Ned fucking Flanders and crazy fucking evangelicals that refer to marijuana as the devil's lettuce? Seriously, could you try to sound any less retarded? You don't sound like somebody who's this world-weary individual who's knowledgeable about slang and street smarts. You come off as this person who's been so incredibly sheltered their entire life that whenever they're confronted with outside anything, your only instinct is to have your mind fucking implode. Which I don't mind. I don't judge people anyway. Yeah, you do. You judge people all the time for their political or religious or their believed political or religious beliefs without actually knowing whether or not their beliefs are actually the ones you believe that they are. You judge people all the time. It's just that you usually don't judge people to their faces. Because you know that if they can refute what you say directly, it makes you look a giant fucking shimp to everyone. You're killing me in my fucking brain. If anything, marijuana is natural and can cure multiple ailments, so there's nothing really problematic about smoking weed. Well, it doesn't cure it, it just treats it. Like when CBD oil, for example, is used, it's not curing the ailment, it's just being used as a way to treat it. That way, if there is a problem with pain, whether it be chronic or caused by an injury, the oil is used to treat it. That way, the pain will subside and it's easier to manage that way. It's not curing it, it's just being used to treat it. There's a difference between treating an ailment, which is basically just keeping it keeping it suppressed enough to go about your daily routine without a lot of hindrance. And then there's actually curing it, where it's entirely removed from the person's life. I wish you'd learn the difference. However, what is problematic is how the right-wing bullies, aka conservatives, treating people who smoke marijuana like a demon. You realize that a lot of people that are conservative don't give two fucks if someone smokes pot right now, right? Like, why are you stuck in this mindset where you think everyone behaves like it's 1957? This is what happens when you have your entire fucking brain wired to be stuck 50 years in the past in regards to propaganda espoused by people that aren't even alive anymore. So anyway, she was putting on a show, dancing all sexy like and licking her blunt. Are you sure she was putting on a show, or was she just fucking high? Because sometimes when people are high, they do that. They'll just be completely out of it. That doesn't mean she's dancing sexy on purpose. She's probably just high. Everyone close to me thought she was crazy, but I thought right there that she is super sexy and can have me if she wants me. Sadly for Gage, nobody wants him because of his bad attitude and his god complex. I don't have a god complex. You're the stupid faggot that constantly goes out of his way to say that everyone should fuck you or no one should fuck at all. That's your mindset to a T. Is you control everyone or you destroy everyone. You can't have it any way other than that. And here's the thing, if nobody wanted me, I wouldn't have a long-term relationship. And nobody wants you because you're a disgusting, greasy piece of shit who has an unhealthy fixation on children. And you also probably smell like baked ass, considering the fact that you openly admit that you do not have access to showers at any given time. Let's compare notes. Someone that bathes daily compared to someone that's lucky to bathe at all. Wow, what a huge fucking disparity that is, right? Later on at the church, the next day/morning, is your brain so fucked up that you can't process the passage of time? She's looking for cans inside the cafe to recycle. Her pants are falling down, and she is wearing no panties, underwear. Hi! No, she probably can't afford them. That's probably why. More importantly, why are you gawking, you fucking degenerate? It's one thing if someone doesn't mind if you look. It's another thing, however, when the person that you're looking at has no idea you're looking, then you're just being a creepy voyeur. And again, if it was a consensual thing, if it was like mutually consensual, no big deal. But the fact is, like, you did this without their knowledge. So while she is sagging her jeans, you can clearly see her nice smooth butt and her shaven lady bits. This was the first to see in the house of God. That being said, not everyone in the shelter is Christian, nor not that matters anyway. Nice grammar, you dumb fuck. Because at the end of the day, we are all human. But I still do not judge or condemn them as Christ instructed me in his holy text. Okay, well, make up your mind. Are you Christian? Are you an atheist? Are you a Buddhist? Are you a Muslim? Do you practice Judaism? Are you a Satanist? Like, what are you? Like, what are your religious beliefs? Because your religious beliefs seem to heavily fluctuate based upon the time. Not because you've actually changed your point of view, but because it seems like you genuinely can't remember what the fuck you're supposed to believe the previous book. Pick one. But it's still pretty funny, though. How is it funny? It sounds like a very uncomfortable situation for the other person to be in. I cannot confirm her story of her situation where she lived in a shed in Compton, California, and was used for sex by a bunch of guys, because she isn't necessarily stable at this moment. So, this person more or less describes being passed around like a cheap blunt. And you're just sitting there doing what? Like, are you worried about this person's mental health? Are you concerned about their well-being? Because it sounds like a very traumatic thing to go through. Or are you just whacking it the whole time? Do it like, I wish I was there, because it sounds like you do the latter. It sounds like you wouldn't be the person to console a victim of sexual assault. You'd just be the person to jerk off when it happens and tell yourself that everything that you're witnessing is perfectly fine. Nor does it really matter as an important feat. Well, it's not a feat. I don't think this person was doing it intentionally. I think they did it only as a fucking way to support themselves and keep themselves alive, because some people, unfortunately, end up selling themselves on the streets because it might be their only way to survive, because they might not have an internet connection for OnlyFans, so they might be stuck doing it in real life or in person like they used to do on Craigslist, which is unfortunate and fucked up as it is, still happens. But if I ever had the time, I will look into that. And do what? What are you going to do? Dress yourself up in a little Batman costume and run around reading at people because someone was used as a cheap thrill by other people? Hell, that's the kind of behavior that you openly condone. You are perfectly fine with people being used as cheap thrills, especially kids. So I don't know why the fuck it is you would suddenly take an issue with it now. Or is it because you didn't get a turn and now you're pissed off at them? But it really doesn't matter, because the past is the past, and we as people must tend to the future. Well, if you acknowledge that you must tend to the future, why do you even bring it up? Why do you even pay attention to it? It makes no fucking sense at all. You're fixating on shit that you claim you don't care about, and then you're just jumping right back into it. Pick a fucking story and stick with it. Pick one. You can't have it all the above. You can't be the person that has everything then has nothing. It has to be one of the above. You cannot be the person who's saying nothing and then saying everything. You have to learn to pick a side in situations like that. Fuck you. Just like the story of one of the boys that I like. Yeah, I did boys. We all know you like boys now. Like when he tried to get shot by police, so they put him in a program. Okay, so he tried to commit suicide by cop. Most likely because his life had just should have just hit the fan in his life. And he might have felt like there was no hope for whatever the fuck he was going through. You see, this could have been an interesting detail to get into if you really cared about this person, but you didn't. You didn't try to understand why it was he did this, or what pushed him to this particular breaking point. You just brought it up and then never touched on it again. The past is the past, and I care about him right now. You don't care about him, because if you cared about him, you'd want to ask why. If you genuinely care about a person, you want to know what has hurt them so bad that they resort to almost getting blasted on purpose. Because that's the kind of thing you'd want to know. Like, hey, my friend seemingly has gone through some really bad shit. Maybe they would feel better if they talked about it and just got it out of their system. That's what a friend does. A friend will ask their friend if they are okay, if what they are going through is going to get better in their opinion. That's what happens when you actually have fucking friends. You genuinely care for each other enough to make sure the other person is alright. But you didn't ask. it's clear you never asked, because if you did, you would have at least explained it. However, in the case of someone like Gage, who continues the heartless verbal onslaught against the community, myself, past, present, and future are correlated within each other. Well, that's the thing. The past is what leads to the present leads to the future, so they are attached to each other. They are attached to each other because they all lead into each other. Now, time may not necessarily be linear all the time. There are some theories that suggest that the timelines weave in and out of each other, and they just barely intersect at times where you see some of that experience as deja vu. But that's only a theory in physics about time itself. The fact is, they all do correlate with each other. And it's not hatred of the LGBT community, you're just an annoying asshole. For example, the girl who looks like the girl who played Jennifer Moseley in Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide, one of the best shows on television. No, it's not. It's not one of the best shows on television. It was a shitty fucking teenage sitcom that I saw when I was like 10 or 11. Not exactly what I would call a show worthy of commemorating. Now, do I think the actors are pretty cool? They're pretty nice people? Yeah, from what I hear, they're actually really nice, very happy people, very kind. But the show itself is not really one that I lose sleep over. She comes in with bedroom slippers on and still looks good, unlike Gage, where even after 2 years he looks like a grease pit. Motherfucker, you don't bathe. But she still isn't necessarily mentally stable either. Is there anyone that hangs out with that actually has a sound mind, or is everyone crazy like you? Then again, neither is Gage. I'm more stable than you because I'm not suicidal every other day about nonsense. But I still love her because she loves me, unlike Gage, who doesn't know what love is. See, I'm obsessed. You need to always be bad. Everything about you needs to be bad. Everyone that I talk about is better than you. Even if they hate me just as much but won't tell me because they want to maintain some level of civility and stability within the living space we both occupy. The fact that you're not dead amazes me. I'm surprised someone hasn't just killed you out of rage from dealing with you like a fucking retard. Sometimes, though, she can be overly careless of other people's feelings and emotions. Not on purpose. She can be extremely selfish and lash out at people for no reason. Why do I have the feeling that when she lashes out at you, there's a clear reason for it, but you don't want to acknowledge it? Sometimes, not even realizing a simple apology or just walking away can change everything and solve whatever problem that she is having involving someone else. Well, the fact is, sometimes that doesn't solve all the problems. Because if you act like an asshole to someone and then walk away, or if you offer a half-assed apology just so they apologize as well, so you can tell yourself that you guys are on speaking terms again, that's not going to be... Like, you're just trying to make sure that this person is placating everyone that they deal with in a negative way, without realizing that that placation is entirely fucking false. And all it does at that point is just give people the false impression that this individual wants the issue to be resolved when they probably don't. Seriously. You're insane. But this is one of the many reasons why I love her. So you love this person because they are unaware of other people's feelings and because they don't know that sometimes you need to just learn when to let an issue die. It sounds like the kind of thing that wouldn't make you love a person. That sounds like the thing that might make having them in your life a little bit trying. Unlike the conservative right, I respect people's individual differences. I think all in all, I can change her enough to where she won't get herself in trouble all the time. Well, the problem is you're trying to fix a person that doesn't necessarily need to be fixed. This person doesn't need to be fixed. They need to be given the ability to express themselves openly, and they need to be given other people to assist them. Not you. An actual counselor, an actual therapist, someone that's actually qualified to teach people about conflict resolution and coping mechanisms. You are not qualified to help anyone at all. If any of your advice that you've copied and pasted in other books is an indication you're entirely unaware of how to actually talk to people about problems. I think I can make her into a better person without being controlling or vindictive of her needs in any way, shape, or form. Like Gage does with me, I can do that for her, or at least try. Well, I'm not trying to change you. I just don't agree with you. I criticize your dumbass opinions because they are just that, dumbass opinions. It's not a matter of trying to change a person, because I know people like you don't change. It's just the fact that I have the right to publicly disagree with the stupid shit you spew out of your asshole of a mouth. The only person that's ever spoken about changing other people is you. I just want to be able to disagree with someone in the public. But I have limited access, limited resources, so the only thing that I have left is my intelligence. You don't have intelligence, because intelligence is something that is completely absent in your mind. Intelligence is worth more than all the gold in the world. It can be, depending upon what it is. If you're comparing the value of gold to the value of knowing how to tie your shoe, one of them is a small thing that you can learn at any time. The other thing, however, is required immediately in almost any situation. I mean, we have shoes without laces for that reason. We have a workaround for almost everything that a person might not typically do now. As crazy as that is, we have them. It's worth more than the most powerful gun in the world. How? Is being smarter than the gunman gonna prevent the bullet from killing you? Because that's only gonna work if you yourself are just as equipped as they are, and you are just a little bit more combat aware of the situation around you. You'd have to be just as violent or just as capable of violence to outsmart someone who's committing violence in a situation like that. And is even worth more than the US dollar. Intelligence is what kept humanity from going extinct millions of years ago. Well, that and the fact that we literally are just a species of horny, murderous primates that figured out that we could just keep making tools to kill all the scary animals until we could figure out how to survive on our own. It brought us from the stupid ages into the age, time, of technology. So you acknowledge age is a thing, and you're using it in exchange for time. So you acknowledge that age and time are correlated, you dumb fuck. Of advancement and innovation, innovative successes in life. Well, it's not really a success in life because it is an industry. Life itself is different. What she needs is an education, a good one, about how to handle oneself if someone tries to put the kibosh on you without getting kicked out of the dojo, or in this case, the shelter. I hope someone needs to kick you right in your dojo and kibosh your fucking brains. No one needs to be educated by someone like you, because all you're going to do is tell them what they want to hear as long as they look good to you. And if they disagree with you, you're going to say all the worst shit you can in an attempt to get them angry or upset with you. The less time she gets kicked out, the more time that we spend together, and the less drama she has to deal with in her life. Actually, I feel like if someone like you was in their life, it would be a drama vacuum. It would just get worse, because you just need to have a problem with everyone around you. If someone just looks at her in a way that you don't agree with, you get protective and defensive, like someone's trying to snatch your woman up. Same goes for gays. The less time we spend spewing hatred against the community, Asians, Buddhists, Democrats, liberals, etc., the more living in peace. But like all conservatives, gays have learning disability. Well, a person's political affiliation does not determine whether or not they are disabled in some way or another. That's a completely ridiculous statement to make. Another thing, it's not spewing hatred against the community. Disagreeing with you and calling you a retard is not hatred of an entire group of people. The fact that you're such a dumb cocksucker that you don't know how to listen and you just keep saying that you know what people said without them talking means a lot. But it means that you're a dumb fuck. Honestly, I think that one day it'll be a great inspiration to humanity, and I pray for her every day. To who? Santa Claus? Same goes for No Panties Girl and Long-Haired Bae. Yeah, I'm sure these people committed you to memory, so I'm sure they remember you every day as the creepy fucking weirdo who's screeching at the fucking wall, throwing his shit like a retarded chimpanzee. This book is an inspiration within itself. Yeah, it inspires me to find you and beat the fuck out of you for writing something this bad and actually demanding money for it, out of fucking sympathy for the poor bastards that bought it, thinking that you actually deserved this fucking credit. You deserve to get fucking smacked. It helps you live a better life and face your fears without delay. No, it won't. This book is not saying that it's okay to embrace adversity. This book is saying, these people hurt my feelings. This person called me names. These people that have nothing to do with the story are important because I decided they are. You're not encouraging people to stand up against adversity. You're not encouraging people to try to face adversity and still try to work through whatever the hell's going on with them around them. You're just bitching and crying because people call you names. You're not trying to encourage people to embrace adversity. You're just whining for the sake of fucking whining. I have no problem with women not wearing panties or bra or wearing them. Well, of course not. It's one less barrier for you to have to fight through if you decide to assault somebody. What I am concerned about is if other people will be nice to her and show her the respect and decorum that she deserves. Like Gage bullies gay people for looking nicer than him. What gay person did I actually bully? And you don't count as gay, shut up. I will do my best to protect them, but I am only one person. What are you gonna do? Dress up like Batman and cry when someone calls them the F slur or says that someone's good looking and they don't like being catcalled? Obviously, you shouldn't be catcalling people. But the fact is, the way you handle disagreements or things that mildly irritate you to the point where you want to destroy yourself over it makes me think that you should just not be alive anymore. And I don't say this because I want you to suffer a painful language death or anything. I say this because your life seems to be a living hell that you just put yourself through to feel important. I am only one person. This is exactly why it is important for humanity to actually manage to get along with each other. So that people's lives won't be put in danger, and so that we can all live our lives in peace equally. Well, there's a difference between doing what actually wants to be done and live peaceably with each other, and then there's doing what you want to do, where people are permitted to do whatever the fuck they want to whoever the fuck they want, regardless of the consequences to that person. And when people gather around and curb stomp the rapist to death, you sit there and say that the people that curb stomp the rapist are worse than the rapist because they curb stomped him. You're the kind of person that is fine with people being raped and assaulted, yet you're going to tell other people that they should feel bad for hating rapists and feel bad for disliking you for what you say. You are your own problem. You're too stupid to realize it, and that's no one else's problem but your fucking own because you set yourself up for it time and time again. Then again, Jesus was only one man, and he single-handedly saved the world. If he can do it, so can we. I'd like to point out the fact that Jesus wasn't real. And if he was real, you're talking about a being that was divine in his makeup, not a random person that said they're a hero one day randomly with no prior justification to it except for saying, I'm a hero. Because you realize that if Christ was real, if he really was a living being that existed, if all the stories were true, then you're dealing with a being that is actually born from the flesh and blood of a divine being. That is not the same thing as being a babbling fucking retard who screams on the internet for attention. These things are not the fucking same. Alright. Chapter 6, The Sexy Girl on Weed. What a title. Now, one thing I forgot to mention is that she talks to herself, like you do. I call her, quote, the girl on weed. Now, this is no way used to be rude against her. I don't know her name. Again, I'm not perfect. So, until I do, I will call her that in this book, so that you won't get her confused with someone else. What's next? Well, there's no way to get her confused with someone else because the characters have names, but you don't actually describe actual interactions with people that would actually build characters up. It feels like a lot of these people are just individuals that pass you on the street that you just randomly decide to commit to memory, because that's about as substantial as they get in this fucking story. Like, that's it. And if you're, like, here's the thing, if you admit you're not perfect, then why are you constantly trying to suck your own asshole and suck your own cock? You go out of your way to blow yourself here, like, I have all the answers. I have solved all the problems. These people are bad. I'm not perfect. Move on. Yeah, just pretend that you don't admit to being fallible, but at the same time, you're still perfect. Even when you openly admit to being fallible, pick one. You can't have both. The girl on lead has an amazing body, and her butt looks so good, meaning that she is beautiful. Her butt. I like her butt. I like her butt. Just say that you are attracted to her. Okay? And you don't come off as reasonable or rational when you just fixate on people randomly. You come off as psychotic. Because instead of showing like a friendship, or a friendship developing into a relationship, or just demonstrating some level of attraction, but like establishing boundaries so you don't act on it because you feel like you're just not gonna make it with this person if you ask them. Like, that's a lot better to do that than it is to make up some artificial relationship that doesn't actually happen. She is fully shaven, which includes her pudding. Yeah, because I know we all needed to commit that to memory. She has curly hair and looks like she is 5'6". She is skinny but not anorexic. Yeah, it's like there are people that are healthy, but like you can be fit but not completely jacked. Like, yeah, there is a gradient to how fit you are. Amazing.
Battle 2. Fight!
You're killing me, Smalls. She is social, but when she talks, she doesn't make any sense a lot of the times. Nice grammar. Well, of course she doesn't make sense to you. Nothing does, because your brain's literally a smoothie of protein that's just sitting in your skull like a rotten fucking cabbage that's been left out in the sun for several days. She has an amazing smile, and her jeans look really clean, meaning that she takes care of herself. Isn't that to be expected when people want to look presentable so they can find employment, is that they have clean clothes? You're so boring and stupid that reading this feels like I'm damaging my brain for nothing except for fun. She had a shopping spree, and that made her happy. She is also very talented and knows how to utilize it well. What the fuck are you talking about, you spaz? Utilize what? What talent? I wish you'd actually explain what the fuck you're talking about, because you're saying vague shit that doesn't actually connect to anything previously mentioned in the goddamn story. You realize, dumb fuck, that other people can't see your memories, which means that other people don't know what you saw. They only know what you've written in the book. How are you this dumb? She is hooked on me so bad. And I know this because she always looks at me with those eyes like she wants me. Your eyes can't even look in one fucking direction at a time, because one of them's always rolling into the back of your fucking skull like you have a really bad lazy eye. No one wants you. And the reason nobody wants you is because you have a repugnant personality, and you're probably one of the worst people I've ever interacted with, because everything you do is me, 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 me. And then you wonder why people are repulsed by you. She smiles at me all the time, and then she pulls her pants up. Are you sure she's not smiling because it's awkward and uncomfortable and she's trying to find a way to diffuse the tension because she doesn't like the fact that there's some fucking weirdo following around everywhere documenting her activity like a fucking nature documentarian? Interesting enough, nobody really noticed her, or did notice her, but didn't say anything. Well, my question is this: if no one notices her except you, how do you know whether or not she's real or not? Because if no one notices the individual you're talking about, except you gotta ask whether or not you're seeing shit that's not there. I'd be a little bit worried if no one seems to notice this person at all. Like they're pretending they're not there. I'd be really worried that people are fucking with me or that I'm seeing shit. Which is impossible for some of these women, because they don't know how to be quiet. So you're saying women should be quiet now. Good job, you sexist, misogynistic, rapist, pedophile pig. So those who do not know how to be quiet, either did not notice her or figured how to keep opinions to themselves. Something that Gabe still hasn't figured out after all these years. Well, the fact is, I shouldn't be made to keep my opinion to myself. If you don't like it, that's perfectly fine. But that does not mean I should be quiet. It just means that you yourself have the ability to either ignore me or continuously to throw yourself right in front of me again, which you keep fucking doing. I mean, it's not like you don't have the ability to walk away from me and pretend I don't exist. You do. It's just that you choose to engage over and over again because you enjoy the drama, you enjoy the conflict, and you get off on getting attention. It's not that you don't want to have shit happen, it's just that the shit that's happening is shit that's not convenient for you. And you don't want to address that at all, so you go out of your way to avoid talking about it directly until it's something that you feel you can use against somebody. But then you have to omit the fuck out of everything to avoid bullshit. I hope she had a good night's sleep on her first night at the shelter. She probably slept with one eye open, staring at the fucking doorway to make sure your creepy ass didn't try to swagger into a room in the middle of the night to try to fucking force yourself upon her. Like, I hate to say that, I do, because it sounds very, very fucked up to just say that. But you are the kind of person that would force yourself upon someone if you feel you could physically overpower them. And the reason I say that is because of your previous writings and things that you've said to me before, in passing as well as in conversation, where you say that kind of shit and mean it. But I saw her today and she looked different without the weed look. High and slurred in speech. Well, being high doesn't slur your speech. Alcohol or amphetamines might. Or, like, painkillers might, because it's a doper. That's not the same thing as someone being fucking high.
Battle 2.
She looked a lot hotter stoned, but I am glad that the weed has passed through the system. Yeah, the system, not her system. Because apparently it had to go through the education, judicial, and public systems. The reason that she looks hotter stoned is because you probably figure she won't be nearly as ready to defend herself from you if you choose to take more than she's willing to offer. Either way, we're cool. There's nothing cool about you're a fucking creepy stalker following this woman around for no reason. Not to say that she won't get high again, but that she is, at least temporary. Excellent grammar, dumbass. In her right mind, if you can call it that. Hopefully I will see what she's made of. She seems like a good dancer in choreography because she has talent and she's intelligent. Which is the conservatives' problem with intelligence, besides wanting everyone to be stupid. Well, it's not that people want everyone to be stupid, it's just that you're a babbling nitwit that talks out of your ass, and then you want everyone to believe you at face value even though nothing you say is worthy of consideration because you don't listen to fucking anybody else. At all. Come off like an antagonistic little shit for no other reason other than the fact that you just want to make some giant fucking deal about everything you go through when you act like an antagonistic fucked everyone around you. There's also this guy, Gabriel, with long hair, who has an amazing body also. I think he's hot, but homophobic gay hates him. I've never spoken to Gabriel, or about Gabriel, until now. And honestly, this man has my sympathy for having you orbit around him like a fucking creepy stalker. I imagine it must be very frustrating and antagonizing having someone like you orbit around, pretending to care only because you want this person to fuck you. Like, I imagine it would be annoying to have someone around whose intention is so transparent that you can't tell them to go fuck themselves, because what's going to happen is, if you tell them to go fuck themselves, they'll cry about it, make a big deal about it, and it'll just create more bullshit for you. So this person's more or less between a rock and a hard place. They either have to ignore your fucking creepy, unwanted advances, or they have to just do whatever they can to avoid you so that you eventually forget about them when they're no longer within eye shot, because your brain seems to work like an old PC game's draw distance, where the moment someone's outside of your field of vision, they just disappear for a while until they magically reappear once they become within range again. Your memory is like a fucking Roomba vacuum with crack in it. Of course, I still think that my life kind of sucks. It sucks because you made bad decisions that ended up fucking you over. You made poor decisions and you're paying for it. Personal stuff and whatever. You don't have personal stuff, because if you had personal stuff, you wouldn't spend months of your time squealing like a retard on the internet. It has nothing to do with Gabriel. If it did, I would definitely tell you. Why? It's not like there's a relevant fucking part of the story. This character doesn't have any actual relationship with you. They basically just exist in your same space, and you've just decided that they're your love interest randomly. It's just the wonders if Gage will be a negative influence in my life forever, And how long must I have to suffer from him? Well, that's the thing. I'm not an influence in your life, because the moment you walk away from the computer, or the keyboard, or the phone, I'm no longer able to do anything except just exist where you are, on cyberspace. And that's just it. I'm not coming through the fucking computer like Samara from The Ring to fucking kill you in 7 days. I'm just saying that your opinions are retarded and brain dead because they don't actually work in the functioning world. And you're trying to sit there and act like this person's trying to kill me, this person's trying to ruin my life. No, you destroyed your own life because other people documented the crazy shit that you said and did. Were able to attach your fucking identity to it. And you're so damn dumb, and so fucking crazy, and so desperate to be seen as the one that's always right, that you defended this shit, committed to it, gung-ho, with no question at all whether or not you were right or wrong. You did this to your fucking self. There is nothing that you have done to yourself that wasn't entirely caused by your own fucking idiocy. You basically did an excellent job of sabotaging your own life and just letting other people watch as it crashes and fucking burns. Chapter 7. If only I could go back in time and prevent yourself from being born, yeah, I think we all would wish that.
Defeat.
Mainly just because the people around you seem to constantly go through bullshit whenever you decide that you need to make some bullshit that happened around you everyone's problem that day. I truly miss high school. In my day, my high school was a joke compared to the many high schools out there. Well, it's because back then there were most likely a lot of technical limitations that we now actually have workarounds for. We had one floor and a tiny little area in the back of the building. We had old computers that broke down constantly, bad-smelling carpets, and limited space in the hallways. All while being yelled at by Mr. Baldy, aka our principal, and having our stuff taken and held in his office for a week or more. Like, do you want to know why it is that your shit gets confiscated at school? It's probably because you have stuff that's considered contraband. You went to a high school for the mentally disadvantaged. You literally went to a place full of mentally handicapped children. That was where you went to school. So of course people are going to be annoyed with you uprooting, with you disrupting class and being an annoying little asshole. The reason that you guys had a limited building is because that place in New Jersey did not have great funding. You were one of the people that ended up resulting in getting kicked out of school because they just couldn't afford to keep the fucking doors open. And as unfortunate as that is, the school wasn't geared against you. It was just the fact they didn't have enough money coming in to actually establish a budget. To return to my point. Your shit gets confiscated because you probably shouldn't have it in the building. It's the same reason you can't bring switchblades to school. It doesn't belong there. He's like President Snow from Panem and Hunger Games, white beard and dictated personality. Can you imagine being such a whiny little bitch that almost 20 years later you're obsessed with your high school principal bitching about shit they said about you almost 2 decades ago? I'd blow my own fucking head off if I was that obsessed about shit that's completely impossible to undo. Now if you look at high schools, state-of-the-art computer lab, high-tech science labs, track and field, football fields, you can drive to school and be treated like a human being. Well, first off, you don't agree with driving because cars use fossil fuels. You're a slave to driving, remember, bitch boy? Another thing, you shouldn't be allowed to operate a car. You're too fucking stupid and crazy to do anything. Walking might be a fucking hazard when you're around. Because someone like you chooses to act like a fucking sociopath to everyone. So of course people are probably not gonna like you. And what are you worried about? It's like 20 years ago. You're gonna bitch about shit that no one can do anything about. Why is that relevant?
Battle 2.
I would do anything to go to high school like Glendora High School in Glendora, California. Not to say that school is perfect, but that I could have had a school life like Andy Mack or Frankie Gaines in I Am Frankie. Maybe I would have a chance at a more peaceful and beneficial life instead of being cyberstalked by Gage and a conservative right-wing cult. No, the problem is you'd still be an asshole. Even if you had a school with better equipment, you'd still just be a dickhead. The only reason that you might do better is because now we have limp-wristed teachers who will basically allow the student to do whatever the fuck they want because the teachers and parents have been pussified to the point of where they will not tell the student to fucking behave themselves anymore. That's the only reason you get anywhere in school now, is because you just find a way to bitch and cry yourself into an A because you just complain about people not giving you an A for showing up. Everything you do is basically just a participation trophy.
Victory.
Also, Glendora High School reminds me of that School and YouTube Red original movie with that girl who played in the show Jessie, the oldest one, Robbie's sister. Excellent grammar. Would it kill you just to use Google for 30 seconds? Seriously, is this what you have when you use a dictaphone and crystal meth to write a book? Anyway, they use tests to determine who lives and who dies based on test scores because of overpopulation of the planet.
Fight.
I believe it's called Surge, which is possible because it's not far from LA. Does have that suburban feel that they are looking for the movie. How would you know what they're looking for the movie? You're not a filmmaker. But I wish I was still popular and respected like I was in high school. You were neither of those things. I've spoken to people off the record who were your teachers, and they said that in no uncertain terms that you were just a constant nuisance to deal with, because you would find any excuse in the world to make your behavior everyone's problem. In high school, I am high school. Excellent grammar, dumbass. I was blessed with many friends. Now those friends have gone to live better lives than me. Now I have few friends, and many people, all conservatives, don't like me. People don't like you because you're a dick. Like this guy who wanted to make a phone call with my phone, but my SIM card is no good. Then maybe don't steal phones maybe don't steal display models. Buy an actual phone. I requested that he go to the church, and he asked to use the phone there. He agreed and left. I don't know what happened in the church. He was gone for a while, but when he came out, he was walking south on Valley Center Avenue past me, started yelling racial slurs at me, and then left towards the main road. Why do I have a feeling there was a little bit more to the story that you didn't mention? He does not like me for no reason whatsoever. He's a drunk, so it's not really a surprise that he can't control himself. Well, you did just call him a drunk in a derogatory manner, so you did just insult somebody, so fuck you. Like the time when he took a crap in his jacket. Yeah, that's probably someone that's on crank and fucking booze. And then this morning, he got angry at the staff and threatened to kill them. Then he refused to leave, so they called Glendora police and they got him out of the building. I'm not sure if he's allowed back in the shelter. Only time will tell. Probably not, because he most likely looks like a fucking safety risk to everyone around you now. But if I go back in time, I would fight for a better school like Glendora High. That being said, I don't regret the friends that I had back then. But I bet you I would be a lot more successful now if I had only gone to a better school. No, because you'd still be an asshole. Even if you went to a decent school, you'd still be an annoying prick. That does not guarantee a better tomorrow, because you control your own destiny, but it would be nice to at least try. Like that girl I met yesterday, who was high. Is there anyone you know that's not high, or drunk, or a junkie? Her nipples were huge, but her breasts were small. Both were showing through her shirt. She couldn't stop laughing and was talking to herself, but she did not let her situation stop her from expressing herself, even if it was an inconvenience for some. Probably because she's fucking schizophrenic or strung out on crystal meth. Look, those are signs of narcotic use, you know that, right? Because my current life is somewhat of an inconvenience. To everyone around you, I know. Situations in my life, aka dealing with Gage and his creepy cult follow me. I would not let them stop me from changing from the past in order to better the future. You're not capable of improving the future because you do everything only for yourself. You're focused only on what you get out of it, not on what could benefit others. Everything you do is so selfish that it makes no one respect you because of it. When is it possible in the future? I will gladly do it. Don't touch the space-time continuum, you greasy freak. Hopefully it works out for me. Of course, I will probably take a while for the technology to be perfected enough to be put to use. Who knows how long that would take. You might just say, be happy with the life I have now, and focus on the present in order to better my future. Well, that'd be a reasonable thing to say, which means you wouldn't go along with it. But wouldn't it be cool that technology existed now? Like a whole Doctor Who TARDIS sort of thing? I would make the perfect doctor. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't be trying to prevent people from destroying the space-time continuum or damaging history. You'd just be going out of your way to tweak history in your favor, so that you could say that you did something meaningful. See, I made it so that people hate each other more. I told these people that people were coming to kill them, and they killed each other immediately. Maybe Gabriel would be my companion. We could travel the world, both through time and space, help save the infinite races in the multiverse. Well, truth be told, you couldn't save the infinite races in the multiverse, because there's always going to be one group of people who dislike another group of people, and sadly, in many cases, it's going to result in bloodshed. It's not pleasant and it's not great, but unfortunately, that's human nature. That would be cool, and one day, it will be a reality. No, it won't. Let's be honest. If it was a reality, they wouldn't give that technology to random homeless pedophile crackheads who dress like women. They would most likely give it to historians, scientists, physicists, and military operatives to determine what the likelihood is that we'd be at risk of someone finding a way to our reality.
Are you following this guy?
You are the definition of someone whose wishful thinking is literally just schizophrenia laden with drug abuse. Chapter 8, I saw Gabriel again. Well, yeah, that's what happens if someone occupies the same space as you periodically. You tend to encounter them at least a handful of times. Great job. He looks so hot in shorts. That boy with long hair. I mean Gabriel. Did you just forget his name because you only think about his ass? Or do you just genuinely keep reminding people who he is because you expect people to care about a character that's only existed like 2 times in the story and doesn't seem to have an actual reason to be here? God, this is exhausting. He was walking down Valley Center Avenue in Glendora, California, while I was learning the trade of how to remove a fence. It's not a trade. It's a job. The trade would be like you learning how to do all of the carpentry that involves building, assembling, and then putting the fence in.
Battle 1. Fight!
And I don't think you were learning a trade. I think you were just watching people do it. I have never seen anyone so beautiful in my life like him. You say that every time you meet anyone, so I wish you'd pick a fucking side. His voice is like an angel, but I can't help but wondering where he is going. Probably McDonald's or something on Route 66. Is he getting his kicks? But where he is coming from, out of curiosity, a course. Hope someone drives a razor, a course your throat. Simply put, I don't know. I did not see him at the shelter last night. Maybe he had something to do. That's cool. Even though he has a better life than I do. See, even when you want to fuck people, you have to be bitter and envious.
Victory!
Even when you have an unhealthy sexual fixation on them, you still have that fucking pang of envy towards these people. Because you've decided that you didn't want to try to build a life for yourself, because it was easier to try to leech off of everyone else. At least he can walk a pretty long distance and look good doing it. Okay, well, what's more important, being able to cover the distance or being able to look like you're walking down the runway? Because I'd be more worried about just covering the distance when it's required to get somewhere I need to go. To get whatever necessities I require. To complete whatever end goal I require. Instead of, he go where he does it. Because we all know that's somehow relevant if you actually want to complete some sort of objective. I look good. No, you don't. But I can nearly walk a block without needing rest because my legs hurt. It's because you don't do any upper body or lower body exercises. You have fucked up legs because you probably have fucked up genes, because you're probably the product of some kind of incest. If not, you just have bad genes that fucked up your legs because you might have had it like way back in your family at some point with bad genetics.
Final battle. Fight!
He has better looking hair than I do. His butt is bigger than mine. Not by a lot, but still true. Nevertheless, after he took a shower, he had these green cargo pants and black shirt that really showed off his figure. Okay, why are you so jealous? You act like the people that you want to fuck owe you an apology for looking better or being better. Why are you so angry at everyone around you for the situation you get yourself in because you make bad decisions? I gave Gabriel a bag of Cheetos this morning, and I am glad that I did. Wow, you did a basic human decency thing that a person might do if they see someone might be hungry. Why do you act like this is a world-changing event? Is this like your idea of giving someone an engagement ring? I proposed to him with a bag of Cheetos. He's gonna be my princess. Like, is that the thought process here? I thought that I wanted to give it to someone else, but I wanted him to have it. He said thank you to me, and I am so grateful I gave him to have him in my life. So grateful that you replace him with like a dozen other people later down the road. Seems like everything that I've worked hard for is coming apart. Well, yeah, it's because everything that you've worked for is nothing. You haven't worked for anything. Everything you've ever tried to accomplish has been some delusional fucking pipe dream that you keep telling yourself is going to work out if you just keep believing it hard enough, like some sort of crazy religious fundamentalist. Of course you look fucking batshit. It's the kind of shit that you look crazy when you go spouting the shit that you believe off. I mean, you come off as someone who's completely insane. But he keeps his body sexy, aka he tries to take care of himself, unlike Gage, who just looks like a fat slob. Because I don't stand completely straight up, because I don't sit up completely straight. Remember, if you slouch a little bit because your neck is sore, you're trying to stretch your neck a little bit, maybe your discs kind of crack and pop, and you're trying to keep them from getting jammed up. Remember, you're a fat slob. Even though the one that wrote this looks like a fucking overweight baboon who sits there and eats fucking garbage out of a trash can. Who basically had to go full-on meth-style anorexic to lose weight. Just saying, don't throw stones in your glass house. Despite eating chips and Cheetos, which is a great success in itself. Not really, some people just have really high metabolism. Sometimes your genetics blesses you with a metabolism that you just burn shit off before you even digest it, it's gone. Like, I'm one of the lucky bastards where my metabolism is just, I eat it and then like an hour later it's completely cycled through. There's like nothing left. Like, I'm one of the lucky bastards that has a really good metabolism for that, but I need to also remember to eat healthy because I realize that once I start getting older, it's probably going to start slowing down. If happiness comes from people, then Gabriel makes me happy. At least I know now that he likes me. So now I can now think of how to make the most of this, and how to better my life because of it. That would be a good sentiment if it wasn't for the fact that it felt like you only wanted to do it so you could come off like hot shit to the person you're trying to impress. I mean, there is some merit to wanting to do better for yourself, but when you're only doing it because you want to show off to other people, you're not doing it for the right reasons. Like, it can't be hard to look good for him. I do it many times. You're allowed to believe that, but that does not mean everyone else is obligated to take your words at face value and believe it as well. It's just that I am under a lot of pressure in my life now, and I haven't had time to look sexy. You never have. I wish I had friends to go out with, like these high schoolers from Glendora High School across the street. They are so full of energy. Even I can't keep up. Keep away from these fucking kids, you creepy fucking sped. Seriously. It's not like you're a friend of the family, or a friend of a sibling of theirs, or even a sibling or a cousin of theirs. The only time you should ever be talking to a high schooler for any fucking reason at your age or my age is if it's someone that you already know, someone that you're related to, a friend of the family that you know, that way at least you guys can have conversations without it being super fucking weird. Or if you're just genuinely being helpful to someone who appears to need help. Like the Good Samaritan situation, for example. Aside from that, you shouldn't be talking to these fucking high schoolers, let alone following them a fuck around. Seriously, keep the fuck away from these kids, you fucking psycho creep. They have friends to skateboard with that I clearly don't have. They have an outlet and a place to hang out with, which I don't have. My life really sucks. So you admit that your life is awful. You admit that you don't have friends. You admit you had nowhere to go to spend your time recreationally. And instead of trying to figure out what you can do to better your life, you bitch about me on the internet. Do you see where your priorities are misaligned here? Where do I get a life that I want? Well, truth is you don't. You get the life that you have, and then you can make decisions that will either increase or decrease the possibility of your life becoming better or worse, based upon whatever decisions you choose to make. It's all a matter of choices. If you make bad ones, there's usually some sort of consequence. Kind of how it works, unfortunately. Can I not just switch lives for something that I actually want? No. Because if you switch lives with someone else, for example, like if you switch lives with a billionaire, that means that you'd be doing stupid shit to fuck that billionaire's... You'd be doing shit to fuck up their life and their legacy and what they've spent years of their life establishing. And they'd basically be relegated to being a homeless fucking crackhead. Because you'd basically be punishing them just for doing better than you, for things that they didn't even do to you. Because everything that happened to you would be a byproduct of whatever they did if you happen to be impacted by one of their decisions. Like people listening to me or having stronger and more stable legs and upper body strength, you can get upper body strength just by lifting dumbbells. If you get like a couple of those 5-pound dumbbells, you can start with those. You can just do typical curls for at least 6 months and then move on to a bigger set and then a bigger set, then a bigger set. Like you can do this. This is not difficult. The only reason you don't have a decent physique is because you're the kind of person that's too lazy and lacking of discipline to actually do it. I feel like I failed myself, and it's all my doing. Finally, a moment of fucking clarity. Finally, a moment of fucking clarity. You finally realize that your decisions have consequences for you. But having Adrian in my life is a whole lot better than nothing at all. I hope that my life gets a whole lot better now, and I finally get the life that I want with him in it. Who the fuck is Adrian? I'm asking here. Because you talk about Mark, Ethan, Gabriel, Damien Long, Hasantha, Amalfi, Christina, Jessica, Veronica. I wish you'd make up your fucking mind. The way that you write stories about your life, it comes off like a sitcom that has like a revolving door of like single-time guest stars that never appear again, or they appear so sporadically and so infrequently that it's almost meaningless to memorize their names because they're only in 1 or 2 episodes of the entire series. And basically they just exist to eat up time in the background while the protagonist bumbles around like a dipshit, not knowing what the fuck is going on around them. That's genuinely what it feels like reading this. Like someone's writing a sitcom if they were having schizophrenic hallucinations while they were going through the process of scripting everything. Ay. The second chapter 4 in the series, because apparently the author can't count. Get my coffee. These guys are making my briefs wet. Then stop pissing your pants. You're an adult. To answer your question, no, I have not pissed myself. Jury's out on that. And yes, I do wear briefs. Nobody gives a fuck. Not now, though. I have blue evolved trunk underwear. No one cares. But some of those Latino boys in the shelter get me hard. No one cares. Like this 18-year-old boy, who is my friend. He is kind of chubby, but he is amazingly hot. The reason you find everyone around you attractive is because you have no standards and no options. You'll fuck anything that moves because you don't have discerning taste. That's why you have this fucked up idea that preferences are all made up, is because you don't have preferences. And since you have nothing outside of your own personal experience to compare it to, you act like everyone else has to be a blob with no preferences and no discerning taste in their sexual partners. It's embarrassing. He wears basketball shorts, sneakers, and a fitted t-shirt. He wears boxes, and he is really funny and personable. So, you're just saying these things, and where everyone's supposed to believe it at face value because you've done nothing to actually build a characterization around this individual. Yay, 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 yay. Hi, hi, hi. Speaks both Spanish and English. Just say he's bilingual. There's another boy who wears shorts but has like a faded cut, and he had on a green shirt. Wow, so descriptive. I appreciate this fucking mannequin of a character that's going to exist for like 3 seconds before he's forgotten about. I don't get much sex from guys like I used to. I don't think you did to begin with. I think the only reason other people fucked you in the past is because they had little to no options and they had to settle. Like, you're the definition of someone that's scraping the bottom of the barrel and they happen to find you underneath the discarded shit at the bottom of the barrel. You think, wow, now that I am independent, I can go out on my own. I can get fucked by as many guys as I want. No. Most people don't just think that. That's what whores think. That's what raging whores think when they have nothing else to do with their life. They don't have jobs or hobbies or interests that they can tend to. They have no responsibilities or no actual things to eat up their time, so they choose to do shit like that. And if you want to do that, that's fine. That's your business. But the fact remains, if that is your entire personality, is just being a raging whore that fucks everything that moves because you don't have standards, that's going to reflect poorly on you when people come to get to know you, because that is always going to be the thing that people are going to think of you at that point, is that you're just a raging whore with no standards. And it is going to be bitter and horrible for you to have to come to terms with that, because you're going to have to then realize that you systematically destroyed your own life for nothing more but cheap validation from people who stopped caring about you the moment your mouth was not on their dick. And it sucks. It sucks that a person can be in that kind of situation and not know it. But you brought it upon your fucking self. Like, you did everything you could to set your life up in just such a way. But it's hard to find them, especially when you're shy like I am. It's not that you're shy, it's just that people immediately see your fucking face, realize that you're not attractive to them, and they just shoot you the fuck down. I don't believe it's because you're shy, given how you talk to people all the time about being overly bombastic about your views and about your approaches to people's sexual orientation or their own opinions regarding their sexual lifestyle, and how you constantly try to cram your bullshit down everyone's throat. I don't think it's because you're shy, I just think it's because if you actually had to address the fact that you behave like a total asshole to people, and you have to acknowledge that the reason people dislike you is because you have this fucked up habit of always needing to be the person that's right, even if there is no right or wrong answer in regards to whether or not two adults fuck. Like, you're not shy, you're just ugly, there's a difference. So for now, masturbation is gold for me until I get a boy who's a top and wants me. Just say that you want someone to fuck you and you want everyone else just to tolerate you. But that sometimes makes me lonely, because the question becomes, how long will I be without sex? You see, you complain about me and Professor Curious and Steve when we criticize your unhealthy sexual fixation on people that you barely know. But you need to understand that it comes from lines like the one I just read, where it feels more like you don't want companionship, you don't want genuine love, you don't want people's affection, you don't want genuine, reciprocated intimacy. You just want someone who will fuck you, and then you'll just treat it like it's a relationship, when the reality is they're just using you as a cheap thrill until they have better options or until you both get bored. That's not a healthy relationship. Being as someone who had a relationship much like that in high school, it's not a healthy relationship when you realize that you and this other person aren't really interested in each other, and you're both just using each other as a temporary means to relieve stress. I mean, yeah, it can be enjoyable from the physical aspect of it, but the problem is when you both start to realize that there's nothing beyond the physical aspects of it, and we realize it's basically just you and that person blowing off steam, all that's going to happen is you're both going to feel shitty afterwards because you know that the relationship was destined to fail because there was no genuine reciprocation of those feelings. And the fact that you're in your 30s, you don't understand that, I genuinely almost feel sad for you. Because it means that you don't understand a healthy relationship dynamic because you've never experienced one. Stetson wants to suck dick. Amos E loves sucking dick. Who will come and suck me? I hope I find someone soon. Can you imagine being this desperate and hard up for attention that you constantly fantasize about people fucking you because you're bored? Like I said, it's just unhealthy. It's genuinely fucking unhealthy to have this mindset where everything has to be about getting your dick sucked or about fucking other people. Like you don't have hobbies or interests or things that you do outside of that, and you wonder why it is that it just fucking destroys your sense of self when you realize that you're alone because you've done nothing to really build up a healthy relationship outside of that. What also makes me feel lonely is when I am sitting at a table and everyone else that is sitting at the table is having a conversation but nobody is talking to you, even though they know that you're there. Have you ever considered the fact that the reason people talk to their friends and don't talk to you is because it might be a personal conversation between the two of them, and that they might feel like you yourself have no business to speak about personal issues involving them? Another thing is that if you are as forward with your opinions in person as you are online, it might dissuade people from talking to you because they might genuinely fear what's going to come out of your fucking mouth and how it's going to look if they're the ones having that conversation with you regarding some of your crazy fucking opinions. I mean, guilt by association isn't always great, and it's especially not great when the people being hit by it aren't even doing it. But that might be a reason people are avoiding speaking to you, is because you just don't seem like a pleasant person to talk to. I mean, as mean as I can be, I'm not mean to everyone right off the bat. There's usually some sort of antagonism or some sort of thing that has to make me say, yeah, fuck these people, I don't want to be around them. It's hardly ever like immediate dislike. But with you, it's like you just, the moment you meet somebody, it seems like you need to try to convert them into your way of thinking. And I think that might be why it is a lot of people would choose to avoid you, is because they just find that to be something that they don't want to welcome into their day. And they're well within their right to just say, I don't want this, and just choose not to invite it upon themselves. I start to feel left out, and it makes me sad. I would feel bad for you if you weren't an asshole. Of course, who cares about my feelings? A transgender gay who flirts with boys and acts like a girl. Well, you can't be a transgender gay. It's either you're gay. Like, here's the thing: if you're transitioning from a man to a woman, then that would mean that you'd be a transgender lesbian if you're attracted to women and transitioning into a woman. And if you are a transgender woman who's attracted to both sexes, then you're bisexual. You can't be a gay transgender because gay transgender implies that you are interested in the same sex that you are transitioning into. Which means you would be a lesbian if you're a woman attracted to other women, and vice versa. Another strange thing is that you really don't act like a woman. Except when you're being bitchy and antagonistic, then yeah, that's some lady shit when you start pulling nonsense out of your ass to argue about nothing. But most of the time, you use a lot of male verbiage. A lot of the language you use is prominently male language when it comes down to how you want to try to dominate a conversation or shut somebody out. So your language is prominently more male and masculine in terms of how you use your dictum and choice of words is a prominently more male, like, persuasion. So you can't really say that you act like a girl because you really don't. The only times you ever act remotely feminine is when you try to use that bullshit where you try to gaslight people into feeling bad about criticizing you. That's the closest thing to a woman argument you've ever made. Who loves and wishes looked like Ariana Grande, Selena Gomez, Miley Cyrus, and who would love to wake up naked. Yeah, I'm not gonna... Goes into like how he wants Justin Bieber to fuck him and watch Justin Bieber walk around in underwear. But who's doing it? See, some people hate others, even when the other person has done nothing to them. Who's doing what? Like, nobody hates you because of you claiming to be gay or claiming to be trans. It's about the fact that you said some really disturbing shit in front of a bunch of people and made them very, very fucking upset with you. And then you kept trying to gaslight people and feeling like they were stupid assholes for being upset with you, when the shit you were saying would have upset most reasonable people. Being gay is not offensive. No one thinks you being gay is offensive in and of itself. They think that the way that you represent gay people like you are some sort of hive mind, where you treat all gay people like they have to defend you, otherwise they hate all other gay people, is horseshit, because that's what offends people, is when you try to pretend that you're a figurehead for a group who have no idea who the fuck you are. That's what it is people don't like. It's when you try to pretend that you're a voice for a group, just so you can sit there and have that group come defend you for being a shitty person. So why are you making a big negative deal about it, Holmes? Okay, first off, you're not Latino. Don't speak like a Latino street gangbanger. And another thing, no one's making a big deal out of it. You're the one that keeps trying to moral fag and grandstand about whether or not you are gay or bi or trans. Nobody brought those details up until you did. And the only reason they ever came up is because you kept hiding behind things that weren't even relevant. Like racism. Why is being Latino such a big deal? Nobody said that except you. Being Indian, etc. No one said that. Why do you have to make something as beautiful as race such a bad thing? I can't think of one good thing that comes from being racist. Then why are you racist? You are one of the most racist people alive, because you literally just think that if you assume someone's cultural identity, it means that you somehow inherit their struggles, or inherit their culture, or inherit their bloodline or ancestry. You don't. You're the most racist person in the room, and ironically, the person that wants to grandstand about being the least racist is ironically the most racist. I mean, I make jokes all the time that sometimes dance on being racially insensitive, and I completely understand it's just a joke. I don't mean any real harm by it. But you are being over 1,000 times more racist when you think that you can just assume someone's identity and culture and heritage by just picking up dictums and dialects that they speak in. Because, it totally doesn't come off as some fucking culturally appropriation, fucking performative horseshit that activists do when they think they're being special. You're not special. You're just a dickhead. I can't think of or homophobic for that matter. Shows how ignorance can poison the mind and body. Ignorance doesn't poison the mind or body. Now, it will limit perspectives. It will limit perspectives to some degree. And ignorance can sometimes be detrimental if it's not properly hedged with criticism and scrutiny from the opposing side. But the fact is, you're no better than the people you bitch about because you choose to be willfully ignorant about studies and statistics that openly conflict with your personal opinions. You lose the right to complain about other people being ignorant when you are the most ignorant person in the room, and you are willingly so. This is why certain people have trouble getting along with people. You are the biggest asshole in the room because whenever someone disagrees with you, you can't just ignore or live and let live. You need to make it everyone's fucking problem. I mean, there are things I'm sure that, like Damien and Steve and Zach, Professor Curious, like everyone I'm friends with has disagreed with one thing I've said or done over the years that I've known them. But the difference is, the things they disagree with, they didn't become like fucking arguments that destroyed friendships. They became, I'll agree to disagree, or I can let it be because it's not a big fucking deal because I still respect these people enough to understand why they might feel that way and respect their opinion, even if it disagrees with mine. But you can't do that. And you never will. And the reason you never will is because you need to always be right. You can't just live with being wrong or accept that you're wrong and change your perspective when new information comes to light. You always need to be the one that's right. It's just not healthy. It's just their mindset and the fact that they are closed-minded. You are the most closed-minded fucking person in the room. Conservatives, if you will. No, because your idea of conservative is literally anything that flies in the face of any of your opinions ever. A person could be a septum-piercing wearing, blue hair, liberal gothic, plus-size feminist, who's transgender, who's a communist, who opposes gun rights, but the moment they disagree with you regarding your opinion about pedophilia and rape, you would call them a conservative because those two opinions in and of themselves would somehow override the other 98% of the opinions that you would agree with. Because you just cannot accept the fact that people are not mindlessly obedient to your own dogmatic bullshit. And they will do nothing more than try to ruin your good time in order to make themselves feel better. No, it's just that people ridicule you because you act like an asshole. Including but not limited to discrimination, segregation, and alienation of yourself from society because of some grand wizard homophobic cult pastor teaches. No, people like you are separated from society not because of your gender identity or your race or sexual preferences, but because you go around advocating that people rape kids and not be punished. That's the problem. The other stuff is entirely irrelevant. I wish you'd stop hiding behind identity politics because you don't come off as intelligent, you don't come off as persuasive, you come off like a whiny crackhead who knows you can't justify your opinions, so you just cry about other shit that's entirely unrelated. Not once ever questioning whether or not this is the real truth about the world, or is it a bunch of brainwashing fake news? Everything you say is fake brainwashing news because you've basically brainwashed yourself into believing everyone else is out to fucking kill you. Another thing, you don't question your own beliefs. You don't scrutinize your own opinions whatsoever. You never reevaluate your own opinions at all. Ever. Like, my points of view have changed, not radically, but they've shuffled. They've shuffled enough so that I can meet in the middle on some things that I typically didn't meet in the middle on many, many years ago. You, however, have stayed stagnant in your mind the entire duration of your existence on this goddamn platform. You haven't shown any evolution in regards to your opinions. You've never changed your opinions. You've never altered your stances when you see pushback for it. Instead, you just decided that everyone around you was inherently wrong because reasons, and that was supposed to convince people that you figured everything out. It doesn't. It comes off as someone just coping and seething because they can't actually sit down and reevaluate whether or not their opinions actually conflict with what's presently available in data. This is how people get themselves into trouble. No, people get themselves into trouble by being dipshits like you who screech about nonsense and say everyone else should be an asshole. Then they want to blame the blacks' political correctness for their problems, instead of looking in a mirror and fixing themselves. Why don't you fix yourself with a shotgun to the mouth? Here's the thing. Political correctness is a problem. And the reason I say it's a problem is because it's not a matter of being right versus being wrong, objectively speaking. It's about the fact that you have people crying and bitching and saying that a person's feelings should matter more than the truth, because the person whose hurt feelings decides they want to kick up a stink and then try to fuck with everybody because they have a shit life and they can't figure out their own problems. Do I think people should still be kind to one another? Of course. But I don't think a person's entire life should be allowed to be flipped upside down because they misidentify someone or misgender somebody unintentionally.
Battle 1. Fight!
Just like that fucking whack job who tore up GameStop because they were misgendered. That's not the kind of person that deserves to be pandered to. That's the kind of person that deserves to get made fucking fun of. Because that's the person that's only damaging the way that the trans people are going to be seen by the public. That person unfortunately becomes a negative stereotype associated with being trans. Just like you. But I don't hate them. They just don't believe or understand what reality is. Translation: I don't hate them, they're just stupid and crazy because they don't agree with me. I can't prove what I say, just listen and believe me, or you're the problem. Spoken in the words of every cult leader and televangelist cocksucker that's ever emerged from the late 80s to the early 90s. Luckily to me, I dated guys of all races and colors. Why is that relevant? Could you try it? You're virtue signaling so fucking hard to seem like you're not a racist. Methinks doth thou protest too much.
Battle 2.
I've had a lot more life experiences than people who choose to shut themselves off from the world. There's a difference between shutting yourself off from the world, and then there's just knowing what you want and what you don't want, and then openly advocating for yourself and acting on your own accord, which allows you to decide what you do and don't want for yourself and acting in accordance with your personal preferences and want. Seeing this shit makes me want to take a fucking hot fork to my retinas. I think that especially in this day and age, you used age, you acknowledge that it's correlated with time. We need a more respectful society that is tolerant towards people from different walks of life. I wish this would happen sooner than later. Well, truth be told, most people are tolerant. It's just that people are not tolerant towards dumb motherfuckers who run around advocating for pedophilia. That's the problem. That's your problem, is the fact that people are not tolerant for some of your opinions. And that's why you're so up in arms about it. I think the Calvin underwear briefs are sexy, but I prefer bench body underwear better. In truth, I wear panties. No one cares. But sometimes I wear boy underwear, especially when masturbating. Why does anyone need to know this? This is not relevant. Quicksilver doesn't make underwear anymore, but I like the style of those underwear. I think the Hanes briefs are nice, but they are kind of plain for my taste. Yeah, heaven forbid you have things that actually just fit and that are warm. I love jock straps, see-through trunks, and a lot of Chinese and Japanese underwear like Ramona and ABCD. DC, excuse me. Well, yeah, okay, just stroke your asiophile dick off some more. Jesus fucking Christ, you're bringing up the cryo roar. I don't think that baggy boxes are hot. Not that I'm judging anyone who does. I like boxer briefs. Briefs with alternative underwear. Like Damien Long wore Joe boxer brief. Which was hot too. Nice grammar, you baboon. They were white, but he also had multiple color assortments and a brand of boxer briefs. But they were worn by him, so I like them. Who gives a fuck? Why do you get hung up on this irrelevant shit?
Fight.
This is how I know you don't know how to write. You're just caught up on meaningless fucking horse shit. Sometimes I wonder if the best mercy a person could ever give you is just putting a spike through your fucking brain. But then I realized there's nothing there for it to penetrate, so it'd be basically like punching a fucking watermelon with a javelin that had nothing in it. It's basically just a water-filled watermelon with no fruit in it. Just an empty rind with water inside. Or a pumpkin, or pretty much any large round fruit or gourd, really. If it was just an empty vessel with water inside like a big-ass water balloon. You're killing my soul. Everyone has different tastes and different perspectives. If you acknowledge that, then why don't you just accept that you can just learn to live and let live, or agree to disagree, instead of needing to constantly try to stuff your shit down everyone's throat. When I was living with Damien, we loved each other, unlike Damien Skyfire, who is perving on me. Damien has never expressed any sort of interest in you. In fact, if anything, he's just ridiculed you profusely for being a crazy little bastard. Here's the thing, Damien Long didn't love you. He saw you as a temporary sexual opportunity. There's a reason that he fucked you once and disappeared. It's because you were his only option at that given time. I did not know how much at the time until he started sending me secret messages to me. He would take my iPhone, write a message in the notepad, and give it back for me to read. So he would ask me, am I gay? Of course, I would respond, yes. Well, are you trans or gay? You can't be both. Yes, divided like anal sex. And give me a receiving blowjob. I replied yes to every one. goes into himself being railed in the ass upstairs because they both snuck into a bathroom because, you know, the kind of shit that you basically just admit that you're a whore that fucks people in a hallway. I mean, it's one thing if you're it's one thing if you're actually in a committed relationship and you're in your own home. For example, I can at least give you that, or even if you're just casually seeing someone and you guys have your own house, that's fine. But the fact is, you did this in a common area where people could have walked in at any given fucking time. That was my main complaint about that. Had nothing at all to do with your orientation. It had to do with the reason that you yourself were just... You basically just fucked this person in the hallway like a dirty whore. And I don't want to hear like it's not shaming. No, the fact is you don't have standards at all. I'm not gonna read this next part of the paragraph because this is basically just him describing getting rammed in the ass and then blowing the dude in the hallway. He was my official boyfriend. Life was so much easier back in the day than it is now. What happened? Well, you probably were told that you had to be a fucking adult and grow the fuck up. I don't have fun anymore. Mostly, I am hard at work. I am a writer and a running for president of the United States. That got nowhere, and your writing is fucking terrible. I'm a mentor, although nobody ever listens to me. You can't be a mentor if you don't have anyone to listen to. My English teacher in 6th grade, she could be considered a mentor. Because she realized I enjoyed writing, and she actually encouraged me to try to experiment with different styles, different feelings, and different tones when it comes down to the word use and the structures of sentences. That's a mentor, because a mentor will encourage you to experiment with a hobby to see whether or not you like trying different aspects of it, if it's a creative pursuit. You don't help anyone with anything. You're an innovative thinker, although people think that I am stupid. Well, you can't be considered innovative if everyone thinks you're a dipshit. Because if everyone thinks you're a stupid motherfucker, you're probably just a stupid motherfucker. Like, I hate to say that because it sounds really fucking mean-spirited sometimes. But the fact is, you can't say that you figured everything out when you sound as dumb as you fucking do. It just don't work that way, Tony. It don't work that way. I used to be outgoing and social, but after years of human neglect and ill will towards me, both has taken its toll. Now I am quiet and reserved. I don't think that anyone wants to be with me. I am not the person I once was. I would feel bad for you going through this depressive spiral had it not been for the fact that it seems like it was entirely brought upon you by your own fucking bullshit actions. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like you brought it on your fucking self, and then you made it everyone's problem that you did. Nothing you did was ever seemingly done because you wanted just to go out and do stuff for fun or for entertainment. It just felt like you were trying to do it because you wanted to make a point to people that didn't give two shits that you did or not. And I think that's really sad, and I think you should really reconsider whether or not you're fucking up your own life for no reason at that point. Chapter 10. I am living in a world of darkness. A world of darkness that you caused yourself to inhabit, I'm sure. Loneliness hurts within the soul, especially when you don't want to be alone. Well, yeah. That's why they call it loneliness, is because loneliness is when someone is by themselves, when they have the desire to be anything but. When you want friends but can't have any, not because of you, but because nobody wants you. That is my life. Well, do you want to know why nobody wants you? It's because of you. If you behave in a way that makes people uncomfortable or upset around you, that is your fault. Because you are acting in a very bad way and upsetting other people. That's why it is people might become upset with you. It's because it just comes off as you being an insufferable ass and then trying to make it seem like you're unaware of your own actions or your own behavior because you like to convince yourself that you are never the problem. It's like having the shades down during a bright sunny day Everyone is outside, but you are left alone, all by yourself. Nobody invites you to anything. You are never chosen to be anyone's boyfriend. People ignore you, and those who do give you the time of day, it's only temporary. Well, do you want to know why? It's because you market yourself, you treat yourself as the kind of person who only exists to be someone else's short-term distraction. You don't... I mean, think about this for a minute. I know you're an idiot, but really consider this. The reason people may not choose you is because they may have options, and because they may realize that you only see them as an option as well. And because when people are treated like they are replaceable, they get used to replacing others so that they don't get replaced first. And when you approach people with that appearance that you will replace them the moment a better option comes along, they already approach you and approach the would-be relationship with the understanding and the belief that you are not worth their time or their commitment, because they see you as somebody who is only going to be a constant vacuum of drama and antagonism, because that seems to be the only way that you genuinely wish to communicate with people, is if you want to make it everyone else's problem. Like, you cannot live in a world where you cannot be the center of attention, and I think that's what drives people away from you, is that they just get sick and tired of dealing with somebody who makes it abundantly clear that their entire focus is just being the center of attention. And that's the kind of mentality that just isn't... It's not a magnet, it is a repulsion. It is what gets people to stay away from you, is the fact that they realize that having you around is just a liability for their happiness. And they just prefer not to have someone like you around. It's a great thing for them to care, but they only stay around for 5 minutes tops, and then they are gone as fast as they came. Well, yeah, it's what happens when you're a whore. People will come and go, literally. The fact that you openly celebrate the idea that you're a whore that will fuck anything, and you're trying to act like this mindset that you have isn't fucking conducive of a miserable existence. I mean, why do you think a lot of the OnlyFans creators that end up getting like beyond the point where they're no, like, their market gradually shrinks as people lose attraction to them as they grow older, and a lot of these people end up being fucking miserable old hags because they realize that nobody is interested in seeing a 45-year-old do what they did when they were 22. And that's why it's a miserable fucking industry to be in, is because once you reach a certain point, nobody wants to see you anymore. And it's the same principle here when it comes down to being the kind of person that markets themselves as a whore, is that they are only valuable as long as they have market appeal to somebody. But the problem is, the appeal you have is not even really appeal. It's basically just out of desperation and a lack of options that people choose you. And when people finally have options, they decide they'd rather not commit to you being around. That is what you're not understanding. But I want so much more out of a human relationship. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because the way you talk about sex like it's the only thing that matters to you in the whole wide world suggests that you don't really want a mature relationship that actually involves mutual love, care, and trust. It just sounds like you want someone that'll fuck you and then just keep fucking you continuously and do all your chores for you and do all the things that you need to do to keep your household or whatever in order. But when it comes down to like actually reciprocating and trusting each other, you don't actually want to do that. Like, don't even fucking pretend. Don't even fucking pretend that that's what it's about, because it isn't. Maybe I should be more forceful and executive. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, go ahead. What's that gonna look like? Are you gonna walk up to someone that you're attracted to and demand that they be your boyfriend? That you're just gonna demand that they let you suck them off or fuck you? Yeah, that's totally not gonna result in the cops being called. But friendship should come naturally. Well, do you want a friendship or a romantic relationship? You can't have both with the same person. Now, it is true that your friendship could evolve into a relationship, but usually there's a level of maturity that accompanies these kind of relationships. The maturation of the relationship will determine that. Back in my day, trust me, I'm not that old. Well, here's the thing, if you can't really derive experience without age, so if you have not been alive very long to actually develop life experiences, then why should anyone listen to you about your life experiences if you have not lived a life where experience was present? Getting friends was easy. Nowadays, it's hard. Well, it's hard for you to make friends because you make a spaz of yourself and freak out at everyone. Maybe it's me, or maybe it's the ever-changing world, but maybe I am doing something wrong, or maybe it isn't my doing at all. Why is it that every single fucking time you get close to a moment of clarity, you immediately swing backwards? Why can't you just accept the fact that, yeah, you're doing something wrong, and it's causing you difficulty in trying to make friends? I don't know. Maybe I do have friends, but I don't recognize it. But one thing I know for sure, that I have no boyfriend. Put some F's in the comments for him being single, because we all know that's the biggest issue that people need to contend with, is being single in this horrible Orwellian world that he lives in. If you had friends, you would definitely be aware of it, because your friends would socialize with you daily, and they would be constantly talking to you about what's going on with their day-to-day lives. Just like with me, Damien, and everyone else, we talk almost daily about what's going on in our necks of the woods. The fact that you would not know that you had friends suggests you don't have them. But the fact is, you set yourself up for failure, and then you're mad that you fail. No one did this to you either, this is all you. Based on experiences, I usually get a boyfriend unexpectedly, and it's with someone who I didn't even know liked me in that manner. Well, truth be told, they don't like you in that manner. They just see you as a temporary opportunity, and then they get bored and leave. You openly said no more than a page ago that they stay for like 5 minutes and fucking leave. That doesn't suggest that you have a friend or someone that's interested in you. That suggests that you have people that just use you, get tired of you, and walk away. And again, I would feel bad for you if it wasn't for the fact that you basically put on this big performative fucking act, like this kind of casual shit where you feel nothing about everything is entirely what you're all about, but then you bitch about it when it results in you being alone and used at the end of it, when that's the entire thing that you've been setting yourself up for. I guess in that case, it is taking longer than expected, but it is still possible, yet the suspense is killing me. It needs to kill you faster. I pray to God every day that He answers my prayers in His own time. Why would God, in all of His infinite wisdom, if we play along with the existence of a God for just a minute, imagine that there are people in war zones struggling to survive in areas that are afflicted with chemical weapons. There are people trying to survive in like really shitty fucking slums in places like Brazil and parts of Argentina, for example. Like, there are farmers begging their God to give them a better harvest so that they can afford to feed themselves and their families. And for some reason you think a God that actually is worth a fuck is going to lose sleep over whether or not you have a boyfriend and choose to deliver one upon you. What is wrong with you? Like, what is that part of your brain that just fucking breaks when you realize that you're asking for things that don't even need to be met by anyone? You see, this is the kind of stupid shit someone tells themselves, like, if I pray for it, I'll get it. No, you're not going to get it if you pray for it. There are two things that happen. Either you have it or you don't. You get it or you don't. And it's healthy to desire a relationship. It is. It is healthy to want a relationship. But the fact is, you're not wanting a relationship. You're just wanting someone that you can use until you get bored. Because other people use you till they get bored. And you're trying to make it seem like other people are being unreasonable when they treat you the same way that you essentially constantly talk about wanting to be treated. You set yourself up for it. One day I will meet someone who will make me the happiest boy on earth. See, you're calling yourself a boy, so make up your mind. Or maybe I already found him. You're killing my blood cells. Gabriel is going through a lot of stress, but from what I heard he's getting help from someone. I'm happy for him. I am always happy when he is happy. However, he was in a relationship with a girl, but it didn't work out. I hope I have the chance to be his princess. You call yourself a boy no more than a fucking paragraph ago, you dumb cunt. In all, he is living in his own world of darkness. Sometimes he stresses out and talks to himself. I truly want to be his dayman, fighter of the nightman, champion of the sun. No. Because, again, but from the sound of it, it sounds like he's interested in women, and you called yourself a boy, so you're out of the running by default. Now, it is true that he might not necessarily be super against you being in his life if you actually fully transition. It's possible. But at the same time, if he's into like cis women, you're gonna have an episode about it. Like Katniss Everdeen's, they didn't even spell Cagnus right in the Hunger Games, but without the actual Hunger Games, or President Snow, or Peeta, or Haymitch, or Panem. So basically just this thing, but without all the things that make this thing what it is. Good call, you fucking sped. But the principle's the same. No, it's not. You could just said that you want to be someone's friend, or that you want to be somebody that a person can look to for moral support. I would like to be remembered as a great non-violence warrior for the people. You're not a non-violence warrior for anything, because all you've done is antagonize and bitch about things that you started. Nothing you've ever done has been done for the benefit of people who genuinely needed it. Like, again, you're a slacktivist. You like to pretend that you're an activist because it's your idea of getting attention from people is just pretending that you're doing something meaningful. Like, that was your entire thing. Was just, I did something right, see, I did something right, see how special and important I am? And you're trying to act like that's somehow what people need in this world. A person of truth and wisdom who teaches humanity how to live a better life. How is that going to be occurring when you advocate for pedophiles? Like, how does that work? Like, explain to me how those two dots connect. Because I'm seeing, like, no connection, but I'm seeing, like, a shitload of disconnect between the two. Because one of them is, like, you're advocating for people being abused in, like, a really horrible way. And then at the same time, you're trying to argue that the people that have been abused should be ignored because the abuse that they've gone through is inconvenient for your personal opinions. Fuck. Dealing with you is fucking exhausting. Like, it is. It's one of the most exhausting fucking things a person can ever go through. It's just dealing with someone like you. Son of a bitch. Like a universal human mentor out to help those in need. I think we need more of those. Someone who actually knows what they are talking about, which is not you. Not these conservatives who only care about money and getting the green in the blue. The blue being their pants. Well, I think everyone wants money to survive because it's kind of a necessity, dipshit. Freedom belongs to all of humanity, not just a select few. There's a difference between requesting civil rights and then there's advocating for pedophilia. There's a huge fucking gap there. So why do conservatives think they can trick us into believing that true freedom comes from obedience to the conservative ideology? Nobody said that. That is far from the truth, and the truth is not in them. They are fakes and shouldn't be taken seriously. Yet there are many victims of the conservative brainwashing every day. When will this madness end? When you shoot yourself in the head. The quote madness will end when you blow your own fucking head off. Truth be told, it's not madness. You're just a fucking dipshit that's arguing for the sake of arguing. You say everyone else is crazy because no one agrees with you. Well, no one agrees with you because you're the one that's fucking nuts. You see, crazy people don't know they're crazy. That's what makes them dangerous, is that they can rationalize the shit they do. However, usually, thankfully, their rationale usually fails in the overall scheme of like what other people are saying compared to what they say.
Battle 1. Fight!
What a battle!
Battle 2. Fight!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, Christ. Oh boy, George, here we go. Here we fucking go. That's great. Alright, thank you for telling me what time it was. The year. Because, you know, you didn't describe what month it was, what season it was, the entire goddamn duration of the piece of shit. That's one of my complaints, is that you don't set the scene.
What a battle!
I truly hate Christmas. Fuck you, Mr. Grinch. I used to be a fan of the holiday, but not now so much. It reminds me of how lonely I am, because the conservative right keeps driving my friends away. No. Like, how are they doing that? How are people that are conservative driving your friends away? Is it the fact that people overhear the batshit things that you say and then they decide they don't want to be around the wacko who's constantly screaming at everybody? Because it doesn't sound like people driving your friends
Battle
away. It
1.
sounds like you
Fight!
say some crazy shit and people choose not to be around the motherfuckers, screaming like a fucking lunatic the entire time whenever someone says, actually, you shouldn't be doing that, children. That's not people being driven away. That's people keeping to your own devices because they realize that having you around is a fucking liability. Also, how much I am behind on my work. You don't work. Let's just establish it right now. Also, please space out the period before the word it. Capitalize the I in the word it, starting your sentence digit. It is also very close to New Year's, which means between the 2 days, I have 5 days to complete whatever tasks I need to finish. In regards to what? I wish you would specify what the fuck you're getting at instead of being vague as all hell.
Battle 2. Fight!
Which is stressful. You know, stressful is when you have to unload 5 to 10 trucks of items within a 10-hour workday, and it takes almost 2 hours to unload each truck of items because you have to unload, inbound, put away, store everything properly, and go through the whole fucking process to make sure everything that was inbound is actually accounted for. And they have to do that for hours and hours a day. That's stressful because you have, like, competent assholes that don't do their job half the time. And the new people, bless their heart, they tried their hardest, but sometimes they're just not great at the job. I guess I can learn to cheer up a bit more, even though I have that burden. Learn to put it aside and be at peace. The reason people like you can never persevere whenever you encounter adversity or difficulty is because you get off on the victimization that you feel comes from the difficulty. You basically base your whole identity upon it.
Battle 1. Fight!
But then comes the current loneliness that comes with the holiday season. Now, I will give you that it does suck to be alone during a holiday that's ending up being around your family and their loved ones, but I need I can't help but emphasize the fact that you chose to relocate yourself all the way across the fucking country from all of your social support networks because you thought you'd make it big and you thought you'd make it big in Hollywood. You sabotaged your own fucking life because you decided that you weren't getting enough attention and popularity where you were. You could, in theory, have made things work for you if you actually learned how to function like
Battle
a
two.
fucking human
Fight.
being. This is difficult because I'm just sitting here watching you make an asshole of yourself. Try to make it seem like it's the world's fault that you chose to destroy your own life by doing ignorant, stupid shit. Christ, you're a fucking fuck. This Christmas Eve, Gabriel and I hang out for a bit. He helped me bring my bags. He's a lot stronger than I thought. He's gay, and I am so happy that he is, because I like him, like I like public transport. So you see him as a utility that can be used to move to and from locations with a small amount of currency exchange. Another thing, Gabriel had a girlfriend earlier apparently, so how can Gabriel be gay if he had a girlfriend? Are you sure he's not bi? Or are you just telling yourself he's gay to make yourself feel better about him not wanting you because you identify yourself as a woman? Make up your mind, please. Seriously, the fact you can't seem to remember this guy's orientation makes me wonder if he's actually real. Or is just a character that you made up. There was a lady there, both from the shelter that I'm staying at. So you admit you're staying at a shelter, so you admit you're homeless, which in and of itself is not necessarily bad. It's just a hypocritical to lecture someone about what to do with their life when they can't even figure out your own financial situation. I mean, I'm the first one to say that I did some stupid shit with a lot of my own money and like blew a lot of my money on stupid shit many years back. But the difference is, when I realized I needed to get my finances straightened out, I got to work on that. I didn't sit there and make excuses or lament about it. I just said, okay, well, look, we gotta lock it down and make sure to actually start getting my shit together. Because there may be times where emergencies are going to come up. And I need to be sure that I at least have some kind of crash pad to land on if shit hits the fan for whatever reason.
Chapter 5, are you following this guy?
Killing me inside. She had an interesting story to tell.
Fight.
She is from Egypt, and about how the Africans became slaves to the British. Well, they weren't slaves to the British. You're referring to Egypt. It was Egyptian Jews who were enslaved from what was, at that point in time, old school Israel, who were then transported to places like Egypt and Morocco, where the pharaohs had bought slaves to erect pyramids and other monuments to their own glory. Now, is it true that there were slaves in Africa that were enslaved by the British? Yeah, mostly in places like Cyprus and South Africa and places like that, before the apartheid and everything was lifted and before equality was made. Those things are true, but they're not quite the way that you say they are. They're a little bit different. There is some kernel of truth there, but the problem is there are a huge gap in time between one and the other. At times, she went on verbal rampage, not directed at me, and got pretty loud. But she's cool. She is friends with Gabriel, and he is amazing. Therefore, she is too. A friend of Gabriel's is a friend of mine. Well, that would be an okay way to look at things if it wasn't for the fact that it seems like she's having a schizophrenic meltdown, screaming at random shit. That makes you wonder if she's mentally sound because she's screaming at random shit. The strange thing happened then. No one took you out? Yeah, I know, it's a shame. I was hired to look after 2 bags. A backpack and a blue carrying bag of a friend for $5. A black couple. Is it really a friend if they have to pay you to do them a solid? I mean, I've had lunch with co-workers and friends of mine that I used to work with. And at no point in time do they have to pay me to just keep an eye on their shit, make sure no one jacked it while they went to go get something from the table or whatever. The fact that people had to pay you
Battle 2.
makes me
Fight.
think that these people weren't your friends. They were just people that you thought were their friends. Because they offered you currency to do a small chore. Oh, fuck that duck. Well, I shouldn't say that because he'll probably try now. They gave it to me around 6 a.m. I brought them inside the shelter and left with both bags and my own bags around 7 a.m. I went to my temporary office and did my work for 8 hours. Okay, well, what work were you doing? Where is this temporary office? See, this is one of those things where I wish you would specify exactly what the fuck you're talking about. I believe this overlaps from when you were around Christina. Because if memory serves, Christina was the one who was helping you get to and from this office. I believe you were an office temp. So I believe you had a job while you were at the shelter because they were trying to help you get cleaned up and on your feet. I believe those two things intersect.
Battle 1.
Because I believe that Fate and Sharp's Adult Services were also working with volunteers from America. I believe all three of these different groups, they work with a coalition to help people like you get back on your feet, you get sober and get cleaned up, so you can try to have a life of some kind. But this is what I have to go with, given how fucking vague you are. After around 5:20 p.m., I chatted with some friends, which included Gabriel, my new boyfriend, until we went down to the line to get inside the church. After signing in, I sent the bag
Battle
under
2.
the stage inside the church. Maybe 2 hours later, someone stole them and I was blamed for it. They apologized after blaming me. They shouldn't apologize for blaming me because you shouldn't be leaving people's bags unattended when you know full well people are going to need them. At least not until they sell them and they keep them back. This is how incompetent you fucking are. You can't be tasked with a simple job without fucking it up. Fuck. It's interesting how people can steal even on Christmas. It's not interesting because do you think that every time the holiday rolls around that it just creates some sort of like Christmas fucking miracle? Like A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, where just everyone stops becoming all the criminals stop becoming thieving assholes for one night just because it's Christmas? No. Sometimes people that are desperate will steal regardless of what day of the year that it is because they might just be desperate to survive and that might be the only way they can do it. It doesn't make it right, but you can understand the reasoning. It's not a complete surprise, but it's still quite surprising. You can't be surprised and not surprised at the same time. It's either I was surprised, but I was hoping it wouldn't happen, or I wasn't surprised at all.
Battle 1.
The fact that these thieves can't even fight it in the heart to take a break from the holiday season. Do you think gun runners and drug fucking smugglers and gangbangers take a break on Christmas? Well, I think gangbangers probably would because they have a much more localized network of crime, so they would probably take breaks from their families because they're usually much smaller and require a lot less work. But my point remains. A lot of the people that commit crime, they're not going to stop committing crime just because it's Christmas. Because of the goddamn... Why do you treat this like a fucking kid's cartoon? They take without remorse for the victim in question. Well, yeah, that's kind of what thieves do. They break the hearts of those who they find who they hate. It's not hate. Some people steal just because they're desperate to survive or because they're greedy. It's not hate.
Battle 2.
The only time a person is ever stolen from because the other person hates them is usually because there's some sort of like interpersonal conflict between the two of them. It's not the same thing as a stranger stealing another stranger out of desperation. How are you this dumb? You have no sympathy for anyone but themselves. Well, yeah, it's kind of why you're a criminal. Yet when their stuff gets stolen, they want to cry and play victim. Shame on them. What the fuck are you talking about, you pedophile? So in that case, I am not responsible. Neither is the black couple. I call them that only because they are black and I don't know their names, but they are married. Could have fucking asked whose stuff was stolen. It is a huge shame because I have done a service for them, yet they will not benefit from the service because their stuff was stolen. But in no way is that my doing. Yeah, it is you're doing, you fucking retard, because you're the dipshit that let it happen. I let them light the house on fire because I left the gasoline in the matches where they could get to it when I know that they were a bunch of fucking meth crazed firebugs. But remember, I didn't do it. Christmas Eve drama. Drama that you knowingly fucking created with your bullshit fucking ineptitude and your inability to behave like a functioning member of fucking society. I also got a very warm blanket, which I used folded as a pillow. They don't give pillows out for some reason, or only blankets. Probably because pillows will carry fucking head lice. And some candy. I got a dress and bra and panties. I need them there. What you need is a kick to the face. But I am happy with the blanket. I hope Gabriel is happy this Christmas. I wish he could hang out and do something, but he disappeared by the time I woke up about 6 a.m. So maybe some other time. He probably disappeared when he found out that you had a cock. That might be why. Considering the fact that he had a girlfriend and you just randomly decided that he's your boyfriend, it makes me wonder if he actually exists or if he's just a schizophrenia created delusion. Or maybe he's just someone that was your friend. He found out that you had sexual interest in him. He was uncomfortable with it, turned you down, and then decided the best thing to do was to fucking ghost you. Like, maybe that's it. Like, maybe it was just him wanting to get the fuck away from you because he realized that instead of wanting just to be a friend, you wanted way more than he was willing to give you. And you can't say that it sounds like an unreasonable bit of speculation on my part, because that is a fairly reasonable speculation. This is the end of this chapter. Boy, oh boy. We're almost done, kids. We're almost done. We've almost survived.
Fight!
We can see the finish line. We can see the finish line. There is light at the end of the tunnel. 10 to 12, Christmas Day. Alright, that's good. That's good. You know, Christmas was okay this year. I had a good meal with Chardonnay. I used to call Chardonnay. I got some work done on this book and the TV series, The Bishop. And I saw it broadcast hit run live. Well, you can't really say it's live if you happen to do it in person, because at that point you could just say, I was the witness to a hit and run. Because seeing it live implies that it's like on a stream or on television, like ongoing as the camera is rolling, instead of like a pre-recorded broadcast playing like on the news. Another thing, you can't really even call this work, because this is not going to net you a single penny. This is more like a hobby that you decided to do for fun. You're desperately trying to pretend that it is some sort of lifelong endeavor that's going to guarantee you a financial benefit. When the reality is, it just comes off like a desperate, screeching dipshit, hoping someone gives them money by throwing them a handful of quarters every now and then. It was sunny with clouds, and besides the usual back aches, I was sitting on the curb on the street for 9 hours. That is where my temporary office is. So you admit that your temporary office is on a fucking curb. So you didn't work. You sat on a fucking curb. You sat on a fucking street corner, most likely begging for change. Which, okay, fair enough. If that's your way of trying to get something to get by, I understand. If you are struggling that bad. But the fact is, I wish you would stop pretending that begging for coins is somehow a job that requires a lot of skill or tact. Now, it can be brutal in some less favorable environments, but that does not mean that you are a worker. It means that you are homeless begging for change. It wasn't all that bad, but still, nobody visited me, and I am alone once again on Christmas. Have you ever considered that the reason nobody visits you is because you have no one in your social support network in the area that can actually visit you? The fact that you chose to uproot yourself from everyone that you fucking know to move halfway across the fucking country?
Battle 1. Fight!
Actually, no, it's just about all the way across the country, because going all the way to New Jersey, like from New Jersey all the way to California, you're about 3/4 of the way across the country. I think the only way you would get all the way across the country is if you went from someplace like Maine or New York and then went all the way to California from there. But the fact is, you relocated potentially thousands of miles away from your only friends or family for a pipe dream. And that is fucking bad. That is very fucking bad. And it's even worse when you don't realize how bad that is. Like, at all. Everybody's having fun and enjoying the holiday while I am stuck in a lifetime of slavery via working. Has it ever occurred to you that every functioning member of society, provided they're not too disabled to work or crippled to the point where they can't find a job, works for a living? Has it ever occurred to you that as an adult, you kind of require a job to survive, financially speaking? Even Kate, with her anxiety and her issues when it comes down to dealing with crowds and people and being overstimulated at times, still has a job and still maintains that job even to this day. That shows that it is not a lack of competence on her part, but it demonstrates that you just don't know what the fuck you're doing. And it isn't like she became like a super genius who could do every job. It's just that she knew that she had to get a job and she went and got one. And honestly, I'm proud of her for sticking it out as long as she has. There's apparently some days of fucking grueling. And I feel like she should be proud of herself for making that work, despite how difficult it can be at times. But with you can't even work because you can't get along with anyone. Everyone hates me because I have no friends, no helpers, no employees, etc. Why the fuck would you have helpers or employees? Who the fuck is gonna work for somebody that's not gonna fucking pay them? You admit that your office is a fucking curb. How would you pay your fucking employees? What are you gonna do? Throw them a handful of fucking pennies? Here's 10 cents for a week's worth of work. Go buy like 100 units for that. Why the fuck would anyone help you or give you money? Another thing, I don't think people hate you. I just think people don't want to be around you because they find your beliefs to be unsettling and scary. So they choose not to be around you because they don't want to get lumped into whatever the fuck it is you're doing if the sedans start to pull up to the shelter. Like you say and do the kind of shit that make people wonder what the fuck is in your hard drives. That's the kind of shit that makes people want to stay away from you. Just me, myself, and I. And little is getting done. Well, the reason little is getting done is because you're lazy. There was a white pickup truck going really fast down Valley Center Avenue. As it approached the left turn after Stenson Street, past the church, right after going to a high school, it sped around the corner and slammed into the two parked black sedans, then backed up and drove off. In theory, it could have been an accident, but then again, it could have been done on purpose. Probably not. My guess is the person that was driving might have been drunk because some people do drive drunk on Christmas Eve. It's not on Christmas Eve, it's not common, but there are stupid assholes who will choose to get loaded and then drive to and from where they go, especially if they're like coming from an office party or a Christmas party that their family or their place of employment has. Sometimes people do drive drunk, so it's not entirely impossible for them to dipshit crash on accident and then panic and hit another car and then try to drive off. And I've seen it happen. I've seen someone that's obviously drunk hit a parked car, panic, and then back into another car and speed the fuck off because they were too wasted to realize there was another car too close to them when they backed up. Like, I've bumped a couple of cars too, but luckily it was never anything that scratched paint or put an dent in. It was always just open. Okay, well, check out. Okay, no damage, we're good. Do my insurance card anyway, and then off we go. Like, every time I bump a car, I've only done it like twice, but I always leave an insurance card that way for whatever reason there is a scratch or something, I'll know. Because it's the right thing to do. If you can't stick around for whatever reason, at least leave your insurance information. Like, it's just the right thing to do. The police came and checked out the area but didn't find anything. A A third, the pickup truck was also hit in the escape. They towed all 3 cars away, but nobody was hurt or injured. Just say injured, you don't need to say hurt or injured. Implies the same thing. However, those black sedans had a rear bumper ripped off, damage to the boot. You mean the hood? Like, don't say boot, just say trunk. You're not British. Stop pretending to be British. Just say that the trunk was dented in. And the door won't close. And a shattered rear window. Okay, so he must have hit the back end of the car pretty fucking hard. The second black sedan had the same damage, just a lot worse, and the same pickup truck had a bumper damage and a rear headlight missing. All of this Christmas Day. I feel bad for anyone that had to put up with that shit because you know for a fact trying to get your insurance agent on the phone during a holiday would be a bitch and a half. I could sit there and get involved with the voicemail. Fuck. That would be awful. One bullet point for some reason. The liquor came with the deal, donated by some neighbors. The night before, people from the church came and gave me some food and gifts. Very nice people. So I ate their food on Christmas afternoon, and it was delicious. I'm sure it was. Anything's delicious when you're starving. I also had a donut orange juice, which was donated by the guy from the church. Probably the pastor or priest. You see, I could at least empathize with you being desperate to find a place to go.
Battle 2.
If it wasn't for the fact that you were just such an asshole to everyone about everything because you want to make some stupid fucking point about how everyone else is wrong because they don't agree with you on about a handful of issues. I am grateful that a couple helped me and let me stay at their place. That was a nice thing for them to do. Plus I got $20. So you were crashed on someone's couch. Alright. Did you crash on those people's couch? Was that one debate where you had people looking nervous as shit in the background? And they could hear the baby toy going off, and you could hear all the music, like one of those toys that's made for toddlers to learn the colors and alphabets? Is that why it is that the people behind you seemed alarmed by the crazy shit you were saying? Because they realized they invited a pedo into their home without meaning to? I'm not even trying to be a smartass. I genuinely want to know if that's what that was all about. Alright, I think we're into the home stretch. Alright, we can survive the last of this. Chapter 13, Christmas has passed.
Battle 1.
Oh
Fight.
boy. Hope that Gabriel is doing okay, Miss Smith. He hasn't showed up to the shelter since Christmas Day. I never gave him my Christmas present because I wanted to give it to him on Christmas Day, but I have no idea when I will get to give it to him. Plus, I'm shy. Whatever. I mean, fair enough, I guess, but part of me thinks that a lot of this is just you developing an attachment to somebody that shows you attention because you've been scarred of it your whole life. But if I'm wrong, okay, but if I'm not, it's more relevant. But hopefully I will get to him because I got him. He is special to me, and I will not let somebody like shyness stop me from being with him. First, you don't love him, because love is something that requires respect, dedication, devotion, and attraction.
Battle 2.
Which
Fight.
the only part of those that you have is attraction. Everything else is just anything that is crumpled up and thrown into a trash bag. Let's be honest, the way you develop fixations on people randomly, like, oh, now I'm going to go after that one now, or, oh, I'm going to go after that one now, or, oh, I'm going to go after that one now. Just say you're a whore. Just say you're a whore with no fucking standards, you don't fuck anyone or anything. That's why you chase after random people sporadically. Just say that and save everyone 20 minutes of explanation that could have been summed up in 30 seconds. If he's so special to you, then why do you replace him like a page later or a paragraph later? You fluctuate based upon whoever's around you at that given time. That doesn't seem like love, and it doesn't seem like someone being special. Because when someone is special to you,
Final
it
battle.
means that you
Fight.
would choose them over all others, instead of choosing them only when they are present and other people happen to not be. That doesn't sound like you're someone special when you're choosing them only because you find it personally convenient to choose them. Oh, Bing Bong. I only wish he'd show up, but I'm not rushing him. He's having a good time. I know he wants and love me. Great grammar. But I'm sometimes concerned about him and how he is being treated. Do you expect him to get jumped everywhere he goes? Like, where the fuck are you guys at? That apparently it's so bad they think someone's gonna just come out of an alleyway and hit him with a baseball bat. Seriously, where the fuck are you guys at that's that bad that you're constantly in fear that he's
Battle
gonna get
1.
jumped or killed?
Fight.
Unless you're literally just paranoid and retarded and you're just jumping to conclusions because you need to feel like you protect him from things that are not happening. I hate so much that he gets teased and bullied. I wish I could do more to protect him. Maybe that is why he left. Okay, well, who's teasing him and who's bullying him? Can you actually explain what the fuck that's about? So these are things I wish I would have asked you at one point in time, but I completely forgot about it. But these are relevant details, like who's teasing him, what was he bullied about, like what are these details that you're omitting? Maybe he will not come back because he was mistreated by staff or by the residents. I still don't understand why they would even bother Gabriel. He has done nothing wrong that you know of, and that you think he did. For all you know, there are several rules that he may or may not have broken, which could easily make it so that he is not
Battle
welcome
2.
there again.
Fight.
Like, it all depends on the situation. Like, did he break some sort of major rule? Was he doing shit that he knew he shouldn't have? Was he causing more problems? I mean, these are the kind of things that you need to ask, because these are relevant to figuring out the context as to why it was because it may or may not be barred in a particular location. He's gay. So what? California is one of the most accepted places in the United States when it comes down to gay rights, so trying to make it about being homophobic is retarded. It just does not work. Donald Trump is more of a threat than Gabriel is. Well, apparently because someone with actual political power is far more of a threat than a random gay guy, yeah. Mainly just because the party member shifts, like, drastically. When you compare a politician or a world leader to a random dude that you have only seen like a handful of times. I would choose Gabriel over Donald Trump any day. Well, of course you'd choose Gabriel over Donald Trump because you want to fuck Gabriel. The only reason you don't like Trump is because he said shit that's unkind to people like you. And not even because he's homophobic, more like just because it was easier to blame him for all your problems. There are some other guys that like me, but none of them compare to Gabriel. Mark comes so close, so does Ethan. Spanish guy, I don't know his name, is so sweet. I let him use my portable when he needs it. I trust him. He likes me, so that's good. It sounds like these people are just using you for your vape. I saw Marianne this morning. Marianne is Mark's sister. She is small and short. Yeah, it's kind of what short means. She is my friend too, but I don't see her much anymore. She said hi to me first at Burger King in Westwood, California. Her voice is like an angel, and she is so friendly. Many people misunderstand her, though. Okay, will you explain where the misunderstanding comes from, or are you just going to leave it at that?
Fight.
It's one of those things that you can explain things, but you never do. Just like they do with Gabriel or myself. But it doesn't misunderstand regarding me, you can explain a lot of this shit outright. You know, on the crazy shit you say it right in front of everyone, for everyone else to see it. Gabriel has long hair that he always flips. I like it. No one cares. His voice embodies me, but I love his mind. He is so intelligent and smart. Smart and intelligent is the same thing as pole smoker. But most people just see a gay guy. How do you know? How do you know what most people fucking see? Do an interview with everyone? Most people don't give a fuck if somebody's gay or not, as long as they're not acting like a total asshole to them.
Final battle.
You see, this is how you know you're obsessed with being gay, and how gay you claim you are. Is that every time a conversation occurs, you immediately make it about being gay, make it like being trans. It just shows that you don't actually think these things. You just want people to think these things, so you can get off on bitching about it when they don't cater to you. So fucking transparent. I see so much more, but I can only show him so much love, because some of those people at the shelter are close-minded and will beat you up, or worse, if they find out that you are gay. What kind of place are you living at, where if you remotely hint at being possibly gay, you just get assaulted or killed? What kind of place is this? I don't think that's going to be that violent, for example. I think the only reason that a person might pummel you or beat you up or kill you is if they see you trying to assault another resident, which I have no doubt you would try. They will steal your stuff and they will make your life hell. Same goes for the staff. I complained about the injustice many times, but with no change as of today. Has it ever occurred to you that the reason your stuff gets stolen is because you have a bunch of stuff that a lot of other homeless people don't have? They might be stealing it from you just because they don't have it. And maybe, just maybe, if you be more responsible with your own shit, this wouldn't happen all the goddamn time. I don't know. Hope that justice prevails and I get the compensation will be given fairly, especially in my office, my clothes, and my volunteers. Okay, my question is this. Who in the fuck is going to give you money to hire people just to repeat the same dog shit you've been repeating for years? No one. No one is going to want to dedicate time to have an actual, like time or money, to develop an infrastructure for you to sit there in the side of a small room, reading at things that are problems to you. What benefit would there be for anyone?
Battle 2.
If anything, the staff of the shelter makes it hard for anyone not approved by them to really enjoy their time there. Not so hard. They don't provide pillows. They wake you up at 5:30 and kick you out at 7 a.m. in the freezing cold. It seems as if a lot of them don't actually want to be there. In fact, it would probably be better if some of them were not there at all, seeing how they can't seem to show respect of others. Again, just tell everyone that you don't like the fact that people want you to abide by the fucking rules that they've established. Seeing how they have people to respect it. Better for them to find better jobs than it is for them to victimize people in their current job. They're not victimizing people, they're being told to fulfill a fucking duty. It is not their job to treat you like you're a fucking 5-year-old. You think that being homeless was going to be like the old days of being a fucking vagabond on a train where you get that fucking handkerchief on a stick full of a handful of your possessions? No. This isn't one of those things like of Mice and Men where you travel from one place to another with a bindle full of your shit on your back. This is basically the modern world where unfortunately the population density and the difficulty to find appropriate work makes it much more difficult to be a traveling nitwit. If their minds are out of service, this book will be perfect for them. What would be perfect for them is if they found out the shit you were saying and they continued to try to sue you because you're basically libeling them because they just don't sit there and donate time and energy to something that's not going to benefit anybody. I hate so much the way certain people choose to be. Why they are the way that they are is beyond me. But these types of people are what is destroying humanity. First off, shut the fuck up about humanity. It's not about being human versus not being human. It's about the fact that you got yourself in a bad situation and you're trying to make it everyone else's fucking problem to put up with. You're an asshole. People who judge others and who act like their judgment is their very evil way at humanity's expense. It's not humanity's expense. If someone is kicked out of the shelter for violating one of the major rules, that's not the human race being victimized. That is one individual being made to be facing consequences for their own actions.
Battle 2. Fight!
We should stop doing this shit where you pretend like I am a fighter for humanity. No, you're not. Just a whiny prick who's mad that you're not getting what you want. You're trying to dress it up as some sort of like I am fighting for the people thing. When the reality is you're just being faced with the consequences of your own actions. Oh yeah. The very likely which leads to broken hearts and human suffering. If your idea of a broken heart is being told that you can't bring 3 wagons worth of horse shit into a homeless shelter because you clutter it full of your garbage, that's not someone breaking your heart. That's someone asking you to abide by the space fucking restrictions that they have. And your idea of suffering is that you can't do whatever you want. They enjoy the broken hearts part, which includes bullying, intimidation, slander, public humiliation. These are things that lead to low self-esteem, low self-worth, and mental health problems. Will lead to mental health problems, being a whiny fucking retard to everyone, and trying to constantly libel them, harass them, and gaslight them until you somehow are not the problem, but you're being attacked with little shit, constantly looking for negative attention and drama to start. Because it doesn't matter where the fuck you go, it's like you always have a problem with something. And instead of trying to be a fucking member of fucking society, you decide that you want to be able to lead people with bullshit over and over again to make yourself feel like you're not a fuck up who's ruining your own life by being an antagonist little fuck to everyone else around you. You're an annoying little shit and nobody respects that because it just comes off as what dipshits do whenever they can't justify a single thing they've done.